Hello everyone, I'm Thomas, and I'm here to help you unwind and drift off tonight. I know many of you use this video to fall asleep, so before you get too cozy, don't forget to like the video and subscribe to my channel, Stories for Sleep. Also, let me know in the comments, where are you from and what time is it as you're watching this. Now settle in, get comfortable, and let yourself relax. Something walks whistling past my house every night at 3:03. Every night, no matter the weather, something walks down our street whistling softly. You can only hear it if you're in the living room or the kitchen when they walk by, and it always starts at exactly 3:03. The sound starts faint, somewhere near the beginning of the lane near the Carson place. We're towards the middle of the street, so the whistling moves past us before fading away in the direction of the cul-de-sac. When I was younger, my sister and I would sneak into the kitchen some nights to listen. Mom and Dad didn't like that, and we'd catch hell if they found us out there, but they were never too hard on us since we always stuck to the one big rule. Don't try to look at whatever was whistling. My neighborhood is a funny place. I've lived here since I was 6 and I love it. The houses are small but well kept, good-sized yards, plenty of places to roam. There are a lot of other kids here my age. I turned 13 back in October. We grew up together and would always play foursquare in the cul-de-sac or roam around from back porch to back porch in the summer. This was a good place to grow up. I'm old enough to see it. And there's only the two strange things here, the night whistling and the good luck. The whistling never bothered me much. Like I said, I couldn't even hear it from my bedroom. But Mom and Dad don't like talking about it, so I've stopped asking questions. My dad is a strong guy, tall and calm. He has an accent since he moved to the U.S. as a kid. His family, my grandparents, they're from the islands. That's what they call it. My dad, the only time he isn't so calm is if the whistler comes up. He talks a little quicker then, eyes move faster, and he tells us not to think about it so much, and to always remember the one rule, the big rule. Don't try to look outside when the whistler goes past. Not that we could look even if we wanted. See, there are shutters on the inside of every window, thick pieces of heavy canvas that pull down from the top and latch to the bottom of the window frame. Each latch even has a small lock, about the size of what you'd find on a diary. My dad locks those shutters every night before we all go to bed and keeps the key in his room. My mom, I don't know what she thinks about the whistling. I've seen her out in the living room before at 3:03 when the sound starts. I could see her if I cracked my door open just an inch to peek. She's not out there often, at least I haven't caught her much, but once or twice a month I think she sits out there on our big red couch just listening. The whistler has the same tune every night. It's cheerful. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Da-da-da-da-da-dum. Remember how I said there are two odd things about where I live? Well, besides our night whistler, everyone in my neighborhood is really lucky. It's hard to explain, and Dad doesn't like us talking about this part much either. But good things just seem to happen to people around here a lot. Usually, it's small things, winning a radio contest, or getting an unexpected promotion at work, or finding some arrowheads buried in the yard. You know, the authentic kind. The weather is pretty good, and there's no crime, and everybody's gardens bloom extra bright in the fall. A million little blessings, I've heard my mom say about living here, but the main reason we stay here, why we moved here in the first place, is my sister Nola. She was born very sick, something with her lungs. We couldn't even bring her home when she was born, only visit her in the hospital. She was so small, I remember. Small even compared to the other babies. A machine had to breathe for her. We moved into our house here to be closer to the hospital. As soon as we moved here, Nola started getting better. The doctors couldn't figure it out. They chalked it up to whatever they were doing, but we all could tell they were confused. But my parents knew, even I knew, Nola getting better was just another of the million little blessings we got for living in our neighborhood. So that's why we stayed even after we found out that for every small miracle that happens here every day now and then, some bad things happen. But they only happen if you look for the whistler. See, our neighborhood has a welcoming committee. They show up with macaroni casserole and a gift basket and a manila folder whenever someone new moves in. They're very friendly. 4 people showed up when we moved in 7 years ago. The committee made small talk, gave me a Snickers bar, and took turns holding Nola. It was her first week out of the hospital, so they were extra careful. Then the committee asked to speak to my parents in private, so I was sent to my room where I still managed to hear nearly every word. The welcoming committee told my parents about how nice the neighborhood was, really exceptionally, hard to explain, kind of nice. And then they told my parents about the even harder to explain whistling that happened every morning at 3:03 and ended at the tick of 3:05. The group, our new neighbors, warned my parents that the whistling was quiet, would never harm or hurt us, as long as we didn't look for what was making the sound. This part they stressed, and I pushed my ear into the door, straining to hear them. People who went looking for the whistler had their luck change, sometimes tragically. A black cloud would hang over anyone that looked. Anything that could go wrong would. The manila envelope the committee brought over contained newspaper clippings, stories about car crashes and ruined lives, public deaths and freak accidents. Not everyone dies, I heard the head of the committee tell my dad, but the life goes out of them. Even if they live, there's no light in them ever again, no presence. My mom, I could tell she wasn't taking it seriously. She kept asking if this was some prank they play on new neighbors. At one point my mom got angry, accused the committee of trying to scare us out of our new home, asked them if they were racist on account of my dad being from the islands. My dad calmed her down, told her he could tell our new neighbors were sincere, and they were just trying to help us. He explained that he grew up hearing these kinds of stories from his mom, and that he knew there were strange things that walked among us. Some of those strange things were good, and some were bad, but most were just different. After the committee left, Dad went out to the hardware store, bought the canvas blinds, the latches and the locks, and installed them on every window in the house after dinner. That first night in our new house, I crept out of my room at 3 a.m., only to find my dad awake sitting on the living room couch, holding my baby sister. My dad held up his finger in a shh motion but patted the couch next to him. I sat, and we waited. At exactly 3:03 we heard the whistling. Da-da-da-da-da-dum, da-da-da-da-da-dum. It came and it went, just like our neighbors said. The whistling returns each night, and we never look, and we enjoy our million little blessings every day. Nola breathes on her own, and she's grown into a strong, clever girl. My dad even joined the welcoming committee. We don't get new neighbors often. Why would anyone want to leave? But when a new family moves in, my dad and the committee bring them macaroni casserole, a gift basket, and the manila folder. I can always tell by the look on my dad's face when he comes back if the family took the committee seriously or if we'd be getting new neighbors again very soon. Not long ago, a family moved in directly next to us. The previous owner, Ms. Maddie, passed away at age 105. She'd lived a good, long life. Our new neighbors seemed like they'd fit in just fine. They believed the welcoming committee, took my dad's advice about the locking shutters since they had a young child of their own. Whatever newspaper clippings were in that manila envelope, whatever evidence, my dad never let us see. But I imagine it must have been awfully convincing since our neighbors got along with no issues for the first month. One night, when our new neighbors had to leave town, they sent their son, Holden, to stay with us. He was 12, a year under me in school. I didn't know him well before that night, but as soon as his parents dropped him off after dinner, I could tell it was going to be a bad time. "Do you know who is always out there whistling every night?" Holden asked the moment the adults left the room. The three of us were sitting in the den, some Disney movie playing idly on the television. My sister and I exchanged a glance. "We don't talk about that," I said. "I think it's that weirdo that lives in the big yellow house on the corner," Holden said. "Mr. Tolles?" my sister asked. "No way, he's really nice." Holden shrugged. "Must be a psycho killer then." Nola tensed. "We don't talk about it," I repeated. "Let's go in my room and play Nintendo." We spent the next few hours playing games, eating popcorn and then watching movies. A typical sleepover, but I could see Holden was getting antsy. After my parents had wished us a good night, locked the blinds and gone to bed, Holden stood up from his beanbag and walked over to where Nola and I were sitting on my bed. "Have you ever even tried looking?" he asked. "It's nearly time." Like most sleepovers, we'd conveniently ignored any suggestion of a bedtime. I was shocked to see he was right. It was almost 3 a.m. I sighed. "We don't..." "See, I can't even try to look because my dad locks the blinds every night and hides the key," he continued, ignoring me. "So does our dad," said Nola. "No," replied Holden. "No, he doesn't." "You saw him do it," I said, a little sharper than I meant to sound. Holden grinned. "Your dad locks the blinds, yeah, but he doesn't hide the key. He keeps it right on his normal keychain." "So?" I asked, worried I already knew what he would say next, because I had noticed that my dad didn't bother hiding the key anymore after all of these years, because he knew we took it seriously. "So, after your dad locked up, but before your parents went to bed, I went to the bathroom, and on my way, I may have peeked into their room, and I may have seen your dad's keychain on his nightstand, and I maybe went and borrowed the key to blinds." Nola and I stared, and his grin only grew wider. "You're lying," I said. Holden shrugged. "You can check if you want. Just open your parents' door and look. You'll see his keychain right there on the nightstand." "Stay here," I told both of them. "Don't move a muscle." I hurried over to my parents' room but hesitated at the door. If Holden wasn't lying, my dad would be angry, beyond angry. I was scared thinking about it, but more scared of an open window with the whistler right outside. I opened the door, barely an inch, and looked in, but it was too dark to see. Taking a deep breath, I walked into the room. 2 steps into the dark, I froze. The whistling started, and I could hear it clearly from my parents' room. I never realized, but they must have heard the sound every night since we moved into the house. They never told us. I don't think I could have slept through it. I stood there, listening to the whistling come closer, unsure whether I should turn on a light or call out for my dad. Soft sounds from the living room brought me back to reality. "Nola!" I yelled, running out of my parents' room. Holden and Nola were standing near the front door next to a window. Holden wasn't lying. I could see him fumbling with the lock on one of the blinds. I heard a click. He did have the key. Holden let out a quick laugh. Nola stood next to him, hunched up, afraid but maybe curious. The whistling was right outside our house now. I think I made a sound, called out. I can't remember. Time felt frozen, clock hands nailed to the face. But I found myself moving. I'm not fast. I've never been athletic. Somehow, though, I covered the space between myself and Nola in a moment. My eyes were locked on her, but I heard Holden pull the blind all the way down so it could release. I heard the snap of it start to raise, and I heard the whistling just on the other side of the window. But I had my arms around Nola, and I turned us so she was facing away from the window. At the same time, I jammed my eyes shut. The blind whipped open. The whistling stopped. I felt Nola shaking in my arms. "Don't look, okay?" I told her. "Don't turn around." We were positioned so that she was facing back towards the hallway and I was facing the window. My eyes were still closed. I felt her nod into my shoulder. I reached out with the arm not holding Nola and tried to touch Holden. My hand brushed against his arm. He was shaking worse than Nola. "Holden?" I asked. Silence. I reached past him and gingerly felt for the window, eyes still sealed shut. The glass was cold against my fingertips, colder than it should have been for the time of year. I moved my hand up the window, searching for the string to the blind. The glass began to get warmer the further I reached, and there was a gentle hum feeding back into my fingertips. I tried not to think about what might be on the other side of the window. Finally, I touched the string and yanked the blinds shut. I opened my eyes. In the dim light leaking out from the kitchen, I could make out Holden, pale and small, staring at the now closed window. "Holden?" I asked again. He turned towards me and he screamed. Everything became a flurry of motion. Lights sparked to life in the hall, then the living room. My parents' footsteps thudded across the hardwood floor. I didn't turn to look back at them. My eyes were glued to Holden. He was pale, had bit his lips so hard there was a thin red line of blood running down his chin, and he'd wet himself. "What happened?" my dad asked from behind me. I managed to swivel away from Holden and look back. He looked. I'd never seen my dad scared before, but I saw it that night, in that moment. An old, ugly terror stitched on his face. A parent's fear. "Just Holden?" he mouthed to me. I nodded yes. My dad let out a breath. He looked so relieved I nearly expected him to cheer. But then he turned to Holden and my dad's face changed. I wondered if he felt bad for feeling good that Holden was the only one that looked. There was a knock at the door. We all froze. Holden whimpered. "Don't answer it," my mom said. She stood at the threshold of the hall. I'd always thought she was a skeptic and just humored my dad about the windows and the whistler. But that night we were all believers. I noticed that both of my parents held baseball bats they must have taken from their bedroom. The knock came again, a little louder this time. "Please don't open the door," Holden whispered. My dad walked over to him, hugged him close. "We won't," my dad promised, still holding his bat. "Nothing is coming in here tonight." Thud, thud, thud. This time the knocking was loud enough to rattle the door. Holden screamed again and Nola clutched her arms around my neck. My mom came over and knelt down next to us, wrapping my sister and me close. Thud, thud, thud. "Call the police," my mom whispered to my dad. The knocking instantly stopped. My dad looked over his shoulder at us. "Do you think—" He was cut off by frantic knocking that trailed off to a polite tap, tap, tap. "Police," something said from the other side of the door. The voice from outside sounded exactly like my mom. like a parrot repeating the words back to her. Police, call the police. Tap, 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 police. My mom pulled us closer. Police, 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 police. Please stop, I heard her whisper. I don't think calling them will help, my dad said. How will we know when they're the ones at the door? The knocking came back harder than before. The door shook. Then it stopped. After a long moment, I heard the knocking again, but it was coming from our back door. We all turned together towards the back door, but the knocking immediately returned to the front door. Front to back to front. Loud, then quiet, then loud again. Suddenly, the sound was coming from both doors at once. Big, heavy blows like a sledgehammer. Then something started rapping against all of the windows in the house. Then the walls. It was like we were living inside a drum with a dozen people trying to play at once. Or we were a turtle and something was attempting to claw us out of our shell. Stop! Holden yelled. The knocking died. I won't tell, Holden said, staring at the door. I promise I won't tell anyone what I saw. Just please go away. We waited for nearly a minute. Then we heard it, a soft tap, tap, tap coming from the window Holden had looked through earlier. Holden started to cry, sobbing like a prisoner watching gallows being built outside their cell. My dad held him, brushed his hair, but never lied to him, never told him things would be okay. The tapping at the window went on for the rest of the night. We huddled together in the living room for I don't know how long. Eventually, my mom tried to take us kids into my room while my dad stayed to watch the door. But the second we moved into my bedroom, the knocking came back, so loud it was possible to ignore. I was afraid the door couldn't take it. We went back to the living room, and the knocking stopped. Only the tap, tap, tap on the window remained. None of us slept that night. The tapping stopped around 7 a.m. That's about the time the sun comes up here. We waited another 2 hours before my dad opened the blinds from one window. He made us all go back to my parents' bedroom first. I heard him open the door, then come back in. Okay, he told us. It's done. Holden's parents came back around lunchtime. My mom and dad walked Holden over to his house, and they all went inside for quite a while. Nola and I watched from the window. She stuck to me the whole day, right at my side, sometimes holding my hand. When my parents came back, they looked grim, but wouldn't tell us what they said to Holden's family. It was a Sunday, so we all spent the day together, ordered pizza and watched movies. That night, everyone slept in my room, Nola and my mom in the bed with me, my dad in a chair he'd pulled over. There was no knocking that night or any night since. We didn't see much of Holden or his parents for the rest of that week, but by Thursday, there was a moving truck in their driveway. Nola and I watched them packing up the whole afternoon after school. What sticks with me most is how tired Holden and his parents looked. All three had the same pallor, grim mouths, and lightless eyes. Even from across the street, I could tell something was very wrong. Holden and his family were gone before sunset. I remember what the original welcoming committee said to my parents when we moved in. Not everyone who looks at the Whistler dies, but even those that live have the light go out of them, and the rest of their lives are full of misfortune, a million little tragedies. I think Holden's parents must have looked, either to comfort him if they didn't believe or share the burden if they did. I watched Nola some days, happy and young and alive, and I wonder if I'd been slower. If she'd looked out the window that night, would I have looked too? To comfort her? To share that burden? I'm glad I don't have to find out. We still live in that house, in that neighborhood. We still hear our whistler walking past every night. The blessings, the luck, the good things here are too good to leave, but we're careful. We don't have friends over to spend the night anymore, and my dad hides the key to the blinds very, very well. Not that I've gone looking. Some things you just don't need to look for. Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, Part 5. KD is a vet who's been in SAR officer for about 15 years. She specializes in high-elevation mountain rescues and is widely considered one of the best in her field. She was one of the more enthusiastic storytellers, and since we were together a fair amount during exercises, she ended up telling me about 4 that really stuck with me. The first she told me in response to my asking about her most traumatic calls. She shook her head and told me that really bad calls happen more frequently on the mountain since the potential for nasty accidents is higher. About 5 years ago, one of the parks she worked at had a string of disappearances. It was a bad year, she said, one of the worst on record as far as weather went. They were getting about a foot of new snow every couple of days, and there were a few avalanches that killed some climbers. They'd warned people about staying on the mapped areas, but of course there's always those who don't listen. In one particularly nasty case, an entire family got wiped out because the father decided he knew better than the officials, and he took them out into an area that wasn't safe. They were snowshoeing, and as best KD could figure, they'd walked onto a shelf of snow that looked solid, but actually wasn't. It gave way, and this family went ass over tea kettle almost 300 feet down a slope. They landed on the rocks at the bottom, and the parents died instantly. One of the kids did as well, but the other 2 survived. One had a broken leg and fractured ribs. The other was almost unharmed, save for some bruising and a sprained ankle. The uninjured child left his sibling behind and set out to find help. KD said the kid didn't make it more than half a mile before a storm overtook him. Kid stopped to try and get warm, or maybe just to rest, and ended up freezing to death. They ended up finding the family with the help of some witnesses who saw them heading out into the wilderness, and she was the one to find the kid who'd frozen to death looking for help. She said it had started to snow just enough to obscure long-distance vision, but not enough to make searching impossible. She saw a figure sitting in the snow up ahead, and she got to it as quickly as possible. She described in detail how, as she got closer, she realized first that it was a child, second that they were deceased, and third that they had frozen in one of the most pitiful positions she's ever found a corpse in. The kid was sitting upright, with his knees tucked up against his chest. His arms were curled around them, and his head was tucked up in his coat. When she moved the coat to look at his face, she saw that he died crying. His face was twisted, and the tears were frozen on his cheeks. She said it was painfully obvious that the kid was terrified when he succumbed to hypothermia, and as a mother, it broke her heart. She told me, repeatedly, that she hopes the father is burning in hell as we speak. The other traumatic story she told me that stood out, in my mind, was one that happened when she was a rookie. Her team got a report of an experienced climber who hadn't come home the previous day. His wife was convinced that something bad had happened because he'd never failed to come home on time. They went out looking for him and had to climb what sounded like some very technically challenging parts of the mountain. They got to a relatively flat area, and KD started seeing blood in the snow. She followed the trail, and as she went, she started seeing little bits of tissue. She wasn't sure exactly what body part it had come from, but the farther she followed it, the more there was. She follows this blood and tissue trail to a sheltered area under a cliff face, and she finds the climber. She said there was so much blood, more than she'd ever seen before. He was lying face down, one arm stretched in front of him, as if he'd died crawling. She looks closer and sees that he's been partially disemboweled, which is where the tissue she'd seen had come from. The guy has an ice pick tucked into a hip holster, and it's covered in blood. Of course, they'll never be sure exactly what happened, but she said as best she can figure, This is what went down. The guy had been attempting to climb up to the next area and had been using his ice axe to ascend. He'd probably hit a loose patch, then had fallen. On the way down, or possibly when he landed, he'd gotten impaled by the axe and it had disemboweled him. He drug himself along, tearing pieces of himself out as he went, and had died under the cliff face. She isn't terribly bothered by gore, but I guess a few of the guys who came to help her remove the body threw up when they turned him over, and a good portion of his intestines spilled out. I mentioned to her that I was interested in hearing about any experiences she had with people completely disappearing. Her eyes light up, and she leans in close to me. "Want to hear a real doozy?" she asks. She tells me about how, when she first started, there was a case that got a lot of attention in the media. A family had been out berry picking in an area of the forest very close to the entrance of the park. They had 2 little boys, both under the age of 5, and at some point during the day, one of them vanishes. There's an absolutely massive search, and they find absolutely nothing. It's another of those cases where it's like the kid was never there in the first place. The dogs just sit down and don't pick up on anything. No trace of the kid is found. The search goes on for about 2 months, but is eventually called off. Fast forward to 6 months later. The family comes back to place flowers at a memorial that's been set up there for the kid. They bring their other son. While they're placing the flowers, they lose sight of the kid for about 3 seconds, and in that span of time, he vanishes into thin air. Now, obviously, the parents are beyond devastated. It's awful enough to lose 1 child, but to lose 2 is beyond imagining. The search is huge, one of the largest in state history. There are about 300 volunteers combing every inch of this park, looking for the kid. But again, there's no trace of him. The search goes on for about a week, with people looking miles from the part of the park he vanished from. And then, almost 2 weeks later, a volunteer almost 15 miles from the designated search area radios in that he's found the kid. They assume that the kid was dead, but the volunteer says he's not only alive, he's in good shape. KD and her team go out to recover the kid, and when they get there, she can't believe that this is the kid that's been missing. His clothes are clean, there's no dirt on him anywhere, and he doesn't appear traumatized. The volunteer says he found the kid sitting on a log, playing with a little twig bundle that's bound together with some old rope. KD asks him where he's been, who he was with for those 2 weeks, and the kid tells her that he's been with the Fuzzy Man. Now, KD firmly believes in Bigfoot, so she gets all excited and asks what he means by fuzzy. Was he hairy? But the kid says no, he wasn't hairy. He was a fuzzy man, and he describes a man that's blurry, like when you close your eyes but not all the way closed. He says the man came out of the trees and took the kid with him deep into the woods. The kid says he slept in a hollow tree and the fuzzy man gave him berries to eat. KD asks if the man was mean, if he scared the kid, and the kid says no, he wasn't scary, but I didn't like how he didn't have eyes. KD says as they get back to headquarters, and a cop takes him into town to talk to him more about what happened. She's friends with the cop that talked to him, and she said the kid described being kept in this tree by the fuzzy man and given berries whenever he was hungry. He was allowed to wander around a very specific clearing, but when he tried to go further, the fuzzy man would get mad and yell real loud, even though he didn't have a mouth. When the kid got scared at night, the fuzzy man made it go brighter and gave him the twig bundle. He said the fuzzy man was going to keep him, but he had to let him go because the kid wasn't the right kind. He either can't or won't elaborate more on that. The cops are just sort of left scratching their heads, and the search for his brother is renewed with no results. The kid has no idea where his brother might be, and they never find him. The last story that Katie told me was of something that happened to her when she got separated from her training group when she was a rookie. They were learning the basics of high-elevation belaying on a well-mapped side of the mountain, and she had to use the bathroom. She went off about 50 yards from the group during a meal break and did her business. I'll tell the rest exactly as she told it to me. So I go to take a piss, and once I'm done, I start going back to the group. but I've only gotten about 5 feet when I realize that I have no idea where I am. And this wasn't I got turned around lost. I mean, I had literally no fucking clue where I was. If you'd asked me, I don't even think I'd have been able to tell you what state we were in. It was sort of how I imagine people with amnesia feel. You know, you're completely lost, and you have no idea what to do. So I stood there for a while, just trying to figure out where the fuck I was and what I was supposed to do. But the longer I stand there, the more confused and turned around I get. So I started walking. As I recall, I just picked a random direction and went for it. And as I'm walking, it's just getting worse and worse to the point where I have no concept of why I'm on the mountain in the first place. I'm just trudging through the snow, and then I start hearing this voice. It's kind of inside my head, almost like if a frog could talk, all low and croaky. And it's telling me over and over, it's okay, you just need to find something to eat. Find something to eat and you'll be okay. Just keep walking and find something to eat. Eat. So I start looking around for anything that I can eat, and I swear to God I've never felt that hungry in my whole life. It was bottomless, and I think I'd have eaten just about anything you put in front of me right then. I had no concept of time, so I had no idea how long I'd been out when I hear an actual voice coming toward me. I go toward it and see one of the other SARs, and he looks fucking terrified. He's running toward me, asking if I'm okay and what the hell I'm doing out here. And the scary thing was, as he's running toward me, I kind of see myself reaching into my belt for my hunting knife. I'm not even really thinking about what I'm doing, but what I am thinking is that I have to eat. If I don't eat, I'll never be okay again, so I just have to eat. He sees me doing that, and he backs off right away. He yells at me to put my knife away, that he's not going to hurt me, and that kind of snaps me back. All of a sudden, I know exactly where I am, and I put the knife away. I run to him and ask him how long I've been gone, thinking he'll tell me I've been gone for half an hour or so. But he tells me I've been gone for 2 fucking days. I've gone over 2 peaks and ended up almost on the other side of the mountain, and if I'd kept going, I would have ended up wandering into about 300 miles of wilderness. They'd never have found me. He can't believe I'm not dead, and of course I don't know what the fuck to think. To me, no time has passed at all. I don't say anything. I just go back with him to a rendezvous point, and I'm taken back to HQ to be airlifted to the hospital. When I get there, they do all kinds of tests and try to figure out what happened. As best they can guess, I had some kind of weird fugue state, which is kind of like amnesia, or a weird seizure that knocked my brain out of whack. But the truth is that we really don't know. It's never happened again, but I'll tell you, ever since then, I never go out there alone. People rag on me for making them come with me when I have to leave the group, but I just tell them that listening to me piss in the snow is better than losing me for 2 fucking days on a freezing mountain. Working as a search and rescue officer for the U.S. Forest Service, Part 7. I honestly don't know how I'd forgotten this story, but it is, by far, the scariest thing that's happened to me. I guess maybe I've tried so long to forget about it that it just didn't come to mind right away. As someone who spends literally all of their time in the woods, you don't ever want to let yourself get scared of being alone or out in the middle of nowhere. That's why when you have experiences like this, you tend to just forget about them and move on. This is, to date, the only thing that's ever made me really seriously consider if this job is the right one for me. I don't really like talking about it much, but I'll do the best I can to remember it all. As I recall, this took place right at the end of spring. It was a typical lost child call. A 4-year-old girl had wandered away from her family's campsite and had been missing for about 2 hours. Her parents were completely despondent and told us what most parents do. My kid would never wander away. She's so good about staying close. She's never done anything like this before. We assure the parents that we'll do everything we can to find her, and we spread out in a standard search formation. I was partnered with one of my good buddies, and we were sort of casually holding conversation while we hiked. I know it sounds callous, but you do sort of become desensitized when you've done this long enough. It becomes the norm, and I think to a certain extent, You have to learn to desensitize yourself in order to work this job. We search for a good 2 hours, going well beyond where we think she'd be. And we come out of a small valley when something makes us both stop in unison. We freeze and look at each other, and there's almost a sensation like a plane depressurizing. My ears pop, and I have this odd sensation of having dropped about 10 feet. I start to ask my buddy if he felt that. But before I can, we hear the loudest sound I've ever heard in my life. It's almost like a freight train passing directly by us, but it's coming from every direction at once, including above and below us. He screams something to me, but I can't hear him over this deafening roar. Understandably freaked out, we look all around us, trying to find the source of the sound, but neither of us sees anything. Of course, my first thought is a landslide, but we're not near any cliffs, and even if we were, it would have hit us by now. The sound goes on, and we're trying to yell to each other, but even standing close together, we can't hear anything but this sound. Then, as suddenly as it starts, it stops, like someone threw a switch and cut it off. We stand there for a second, perfectly still, and slowly the normal sounds of the woods come back. He asks me what the fuck just happened, but I just kind of shrug, and we stand there looking at each other for a minute. I get on the radio and ask if anyone else just heard the end of the fucking world, but no one else hears it, even though we're all within shouting distance of each other. My buddy and I just sort of shrug it off and keep going. About an hour later, we all check up on the radios, and no one's found the little girl. Most of the time, we won't search when it gets dark, but because we don't have any kind of lead on her, a few of us decide to keep going, including me and my buddy. We keep close together, and we're calling out for her every couple of minutes. At this point, I'm hoping beyond hope that we find her, because while I may not like kids, the idea of them being out all alone in the dark is awful. The woods can be intimidating to kids in the daylight. At night, well, it's a whole different beast. But we're not seeing any signs of her or getting any responses, and around midnight, we decide to turn around and head back to the rendezvous point. We're about halfway back when my buddy stops and shines his light to the right of us, into a really thick deadfall, or group of dead trees. I ask him if he's heard a response, but he just tells me to be quiet a second and listen. I do, and in the distance, I can hear what sounds like a kid crying. We both call the girl's name and listen for any kind of response, but it's just this really faint crying. We head in the direction of this deadfall and go around it, calling her name over and over. As we get closer to the crying, I start getting this weird feeling in my gut, and I tell my buddy that something isn't right. He tells me he feels the same way, but we can't figure out what it is. We stop where we are and call the girl's name again, and at the same time, we both figure it out. The crying is on a loop. It's the same little hitching sob, then wail, then quiet hiccup, repeated over and over. It's exactly the same every time, and without saying another word, we both take off running. It's the only time I've ever lost my composure like that, but something about it was so incredibly wrong, and neither of us wanted to stay out there anymore. When we got back to the rendezvous, we asked if anyone else had heard anything strange, but no one else knew what we were talking about. I know it sounds sort of anticlimactic, but that call fucked me up for a long time. As for the little girl, we never found a trace of her. We keep an eye out for her, and all the other people who we've never found, but frankly, I doubt we'll ever find anything. My buddy has been an SAR officer for about 7 years. He started when he was a junior in college, and he had a very similar experience when he first encountered the stairs. His trainer told him almost the same thing mine did, which was to never go near, touch, or ascend them. For the first year, he did just that. But apparently his curiosity got the better of him, and on one call, he broke away from the line and went to go check a set of them out. He said they were about 10 miles from the path where a teenage girl had vanished, and the dogs were following a scent. He was on his own, lagging behind the main group when he saw a set of stairs off to his left. They looked like they were from a new house because the carpeting was pristine and white. He said that as he got closer, he didn't feel any different or hear any weird noises. He was expecting something to happen, like bleeding from his ears or collapsing, but he got right up next to them and didn't feel anything. The only thing, he said, that was odd was that there was absolutely no debris on the steps. No dirt, leaves, dust, anything. And there didn't appear to be any signs of animal or insect activity in the immediate area, which he found strange. It was less like things were avoiding them, and more like they just happened to be in a relatively barren part of the forest. He touched the stairs and didn't feel anything except that sort of sticky feeling you get from new carpet. Making sure his radio was on, he slowly climbed the stairs. He said it was terrifying because the way they'd been stigmatized, he wasn't really sure what was going to happen to him. He joked that half of him expected to be teleported to some other dimension and the other half was watching for a UFO to come swooping down. But he got to the top with little event, and he stood there looking around. But, he said, the longer he stood on the top step, the more he felt like he was doing something very, very wrong. He described it as the feeling you'd get if you were in a part of a government building you have no business being in. As if someone was going to come and arrest you or shoot you in the back of the head at any second. He tried to brush it off, but the feeling got stronger and stronger, and that's when he realized that he couldn't hear anything anymore. The sounds of the forest were gone, and he couldn't hear his own breathing. It was like some kind of weird, awful tinnitus, but more oppressive. He climbed back down and rejoined the search, and didn't mention what he'd done. But he said, the weirdest part came after. His trainer was waiting back at the welcome center after the search ended for the day, and he cornered my buddy before he could leave. He said his trainer had this look of intense anger, and he asked what was wrong. You went up them, didn't you? My buddy said it wasn't phrased as a question. He asked how his trainer knew. The trainer just shook his head. Because we didn't find her. The dogs lost her scent. My buddy asked what that had to do with anything. The trainer asked how long he'd been on the stairs, and my buddy said no more than a minute. The trainer gave him this really awful, almost dead-eyed look, and told him that if he ever went up another set of stairs again, he'd be fired. Immediately. The trainer walked away, and I guess he's never answered any of the questions my buddy has asked him about it since. My buddy has been involved in a lot of missing persons cases where there's never been a trace of them found. I mentioned David Paulides, and my buddy said he can confirm that those stories are, for the most part, accurate. He said that most of the time, if the person is found right away, they're either never found, or they're found weeks, months, or years later, in places they can't possibly have gotten to. One story he told me really stood out that involved a 5-year-old boy with a severe mental disability. The little boy vanished from a picnic area in the late fall. In addition to the mental disability, he was also physically handicapped, and his parents explained over and over that he simply could not have vanished. It was impossible. Someone had to have taken him. My buddy said they searched for this kid for weeks, going miles out of the accepted range, but it was like he'd never been there. The dogs couldn't pick up his scent anywhere, not even in the picnic area where he'd apparently vanished from. Suspicion fell on the parents, but it was pretty clear that they were devastated and hadn't done anything sinister to their kid. The search was concluded about a month later, and my buddy said everyone had pretty much forgotten it by later in the winter. He was out on a training op in the snow on one of the higher peaks when he came across something in the snow. He said he saw it from far away at first, and when he got closer, he realized it was a shirt, frozen and sticking part way out of the powder. He recognized it as belonging to the kid because it had a distinctive pattern. About 20 yards away, he found the kid's body, laying partially buried in the snow. My buddy said there was no way the kid had been dead for any more than a few days, even though he'd been missing for almost 3 months. The kid was curled around something, and when my buddy brushed off the snow to see what it was, he said he almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. It was a big chunk of ice that had been carved crudely to look sort of like a person. The kid was holding it so tight that it had frostbitten his chest and hands, which my buddy could tell even with the decay that had taken place. He radioed the rest of the crew, and they took the body off the mountain. Now he recapped all of this for me, and to put it simply, There was no way this kid could have both survived for almost 3 months on his own or have gotten to this peak. There was no physical way this child could have walked almost 50 miles and ended up on the top of a goddamn mountain. To top it off, there was nothing in the kid's stomach or colon. Nothing. Not even water. It was like my buddy said, the kid had been taken off the face of the earth, put in suspended animation, and dropped on this mountain months later, only to die of exposure. He's never really gotten over that one. The last story I'll share from him was one that took place relatively recently, only a few months ago. They were out doing a recon for mountain lions, because there had been several reports of sightings in the last couple of days. One of our jobs is to scout out the areas where these animals are seen, to ensure that if they are in the area, we can warn people and close off those trails. He was out on his own in a very heavily forested part of the park toward dusk, when he heard what sounded like a woman screaming in the distance. Now, as most of you know, when a mountain lion screams, it sounds almost exactly like a woman being brutally murdered. It's unsettling, but far from abnormal. My buddy radioed back and let ops know that he'd heard one, and that he was going to keep going to see if he could figure out where its territory started. He heard the mountain lion scream a couple more times, always from the same spot, and determined the approximate area of the mountain lion's territory. He was about to head back when he heard another scream, this time within only a few yards of him. Of course, he freaks out and starts heading back at a much faster pace, because the last thing he wants is to run into a goddamn mountain lion and get mauled to death. As he got back on the path and started heading back, the screaming followed him, and he broke into a jog. When he was about a mile from ops, the screaming stopped, and he turned around to see if it was following him. It was almost night by this point, but he said in the distance, just before the path rounded a corner, he could see what looked like a male figure. He called out to them, warning them that the paths were closed and that he needed to come back to the welcome center. The figure just stood there, and my buddy started to walk over. When he was about 10 yards away, the figure took, as he described, an impossibly long step toward him and let out the same scream my buddy had been hearing. My buddy didn't even say anything. He just turned and sprinted back to ops, never looking behind him. By the time he got back, the screaming had moved back into the woods. He didn't mention it to anyone else, just said that there was a mountain lion in the area and that they would need to close those paths until the animal could be located and moved. The night shift at Evergreen Memorial. The fluorescent lights in Evergreen Memorial's morgue had a peculiar way of humming. Not the steady drone you'd expect, but something more erratic, like Morse code transmitted by dying insects. I'd grown used to it over my 3 years working the night shift, just as I'd grown used to the other quirks of the job. The way the metal drawers contracted in the cold, making soft pinging sounds in the darkness. The faint chemical smell that never quite left my clothes. The knowledge that I spent my nights in the company of the dead. That night started like any other. I arrived at 11:45 p.m., 15 minutes early as always, to get my handover from Mike, the evening shift supervisor. The familiar routine helped keep the creeping unease at bay. Check the security system, sign the logbook, count the occupants. 3 tonight, Mike said, flipping through his clipboard. 2 from the hospital, natural causes. 1 from the county morgue, waiting on autopsy tomorrow morning. Nothing special. He yawned, already shrugging into his jacket. Everything's logged and tagged. Have a quiet one, James. I nodded, settling into my chair at the security desk. 3 bodies, an easy night. I'd had worse, like the time we had 14 after that bus crash, or the night of the apartment fire. Those nights the air felt thick with death, heavy with the weight of so many lives suddenly ended. But 3 was manageable, almost peaceful. The first few hours passed as they always did. I made my rounds every hour on the hour, checking the seals on the cold storage units, monitoring the temperature gauges, making sure everything was secure. The morgue was located in the basement of the hospital's east wing, accessible only by a single elevator and a rarely used stairwell. Most people didn't even know it existed. They preferred to imagine their loved ones simply disappeared after death, whisked away to some unseen place where the messy business of mortality was handled discreetly. It was during my 3 a.m. round that I first noticed something was off. The temperature in cold storage unit 4 was slightly higher than it should have been, 38 degrees Fahrenheit instead of the standard 35. Not enough to cause any problems, but unusual enough to note in the log. I made a mental note to have maintenance check the unit in the morning. That's when I heard it. A sound so faint I might have imagined it, the soft scrape of metal on metal, like someone slowly opening one of the storage drawers. I froze, flashlight beam fixed on the temperature gauge. The sound didn't repeat. After 30 seconds of straining to hear anything beyond the usual ambient noise of the morgue, I convinced myself it had been nothing, just another of the building's many nocturnal voices. But when I turned to continue my rounds, the beam of my flashlight caught something that made my blood run cold. A single droplet of water on the floor, directly beneath storage unit 6. As I watched, another drop fell, joining the first. Condensation wasn't unusual in the morgue. The temperature difference between the storage units and the main room often caused it. But Unit 6 was empty, had been empty all week, according to the logs. I approached slowly, my footsteps echoing in the silence. The handle of Unit 6 was cold under my fingers as I pulled it open, dreading what I might find. Empty, just as it should be. The stainless steel interior gleamed in my flashlight beam, completely dry. I shut the drawer, shaking my head at my own paranoia. 12 years working in morgues, and I was still jumping at shadows. I turned to head back to my desk, and that's when I saw it. A wet footprint on the floor. A single bare footprint, as if someone had stepped out of a shower, and it hadn't been there a moment ago. I swept my flashlight beam across the floor, following a trail of similar prints that led toward the main storage area. They were spaced oddly, too far apart for a normal stride, as if whatever had made them had been hopping, skipping. The logical part of my brain kicked in, trying to make sense of it. A leak in the ceiling, maybe, or someone playing a prank, though who would be sick enough to break into a morgue in the middle of the night just to leave wet footprints was beyond me. I followed the trail, my heart pounding so hard I could feel it in my throat. The footprints led to storage unit 12, one of our 3 occupied units for the night. According to the log, it contained John Doe, 247, a drowning victim found in the lake 2 days ago, awaiting identification. The handle of Unit 12 was wet. I should have called security. Should have backed away, returned to my desk, and called for backup. That's what protocol demanded. That's what any sane person would have done. Instead, I pulled open the drawer. The body bag was unzipped, empty. A drop of water fell on my hand, and I looked up. He was on the ceiling. John Doe, number 247, naked and dripping, his waterlogged flesh pale as milk in the beam of my flashlight. He was crouched like a spider, hands and feet somehow adhering to the ceiling tiles, head twisted at an impossible angle to stare down at me with milky eyes. His mouth opened, far wider than any human mouth should be able to open, revealing rows of needle-sharp teeth that hadn't been there during his intake examination. A sound emerged, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no dead throat should have been able to produce. I brought friends. That's when I heard the other storage units beginning to open, one by one. The sound of metal on metal no longer soft but sharp and deliberate. And other sounds, wet sounds, slithering sounds, the pop and crack of rigor mortis giving way to impossible movement. I ran. God help me, I ran as fast as I could, abandoning my flashlight, abandoning everything except my desperate need to escape. I could hear them behind me, the splash of wet feet on concrete, the rustle of body bags, and that awful rushing water voice calling out, "Count them, James. Count your friends." I reached the security desk and slammed my hand down on the emergency alarm. Nothing happened. The power was out. How had I not noticed the power was out? Even the emergency lights were dark, leaving only the pale square of the basement window to illuminate the room. My phone, I needed to call for help. But when I pulled it from my pocket, the screen showed nothing but static, which seemed to move and shift as I watched, forming patterns that looked disturbingly like faces. The sounds were closer now. Something wet dragged itself across the floor behind my desk. Something else skittered across the ceiling, leaving damp trails in its wake. And from the darkness came that voice again. "Count them, James, one by one. But you might want to include yourself in the final tally." I felt something cold and wet wrap around my ankle. I woke up screaming in my chair at the security desk, morning sunlight streaming through the basement window. Mike was shaking my shoulder, looking concerned. "Bad dream?" he asked. "You were out cold when I came in. Must have been some night." I looked around wildly. Everything was normal. The power was on, the fluorescent lights humming their usual drone. No wet footprints, no open storage units, no dripping creatures from the lake. Yeah, I managed. Must have dozed off. Sorry. Mike shrugged. "No worries. Want to do the morning count before you head out?" I nodded, still shaky but determined to prove to myself it had all been a dream. We walked to the storage area together, Mike clipboard in hand. "Let's see," he said, checking his notes. "Should be 3 bodies, right? 2 natural causes, 1 drowning victim." I nodded again, not trusting myself to speak. We counted the occupied units. 1, 2, 3, 4. Mike frowned. "That can't be right. Log shows 3. With trembling hands, I opened Unit 13, a unit that should have been empty. Should have been clean and dry and empty. Inside was a body bag, unzipped. Inside the bag was me, my skin pale and waterlogged, my mouth frozen in a scream that showed rows of needle-sharp teeth. And clutched in my dead hand was a note, written in my own handwriting. Final count. 4 bodies. The extra one is still warm. I passed out. When I woke up in the hospital 2 days later, they told me Mike had found me unconscious at my desk, soaking wet, with no memory of how I got that way. The security cameras had malfunctioned, showing nothing but static for my entire shift. The motion sensors recorded no movement except my regular rounds. And John Doe, number 247, never existed according to the records. No drowning victim had been brought in that week. In fact, there hadn't been a drowning in the county lake in over 20 years. I quit my job at Evergreen Memorial that day. Found work at a convenience store, where the only things that go bump in the night are teenagers trying to steal beer. But sometimes, when I'm alone in the store at 3 a.m., I catch myself counting things, inventory, customers, footprints, and sometimes, just sometimes, I could swear there's one more than there should be. The real horror started 3 days ago, when I received a letter from Evergreen Memorial. They're renovating the morgue, and during the demolition of the old cold storage units, they found something in Unit 13. Something that, according to the laws of physics and biology, couldn't possibly exist. They found a body bag containing a perfect preserved corpse, despite the unit being powered down for months. A corpse with my face, my clothes, my ID badge. And in its hand was a note, written in handwriting identical to mine. Time for the morning count. Don't forget to include yourself, all of yourselves. We've been so looking forward to this reunion. I'm writing this now because I need someone to know what happened, what's still happening, because when I look in the mirror, I see teeth that seem a little sharper each day. And this morning, when I stepped out of the shower, my footprints on the bathroom floor seemed to stay wet for hours. I've started hearing that sound again, like water rushing through pipes, forming words that no human throat should be able to produce. And every time I count my reflections in mirrors or windows, there seems to be one more than there should be. One more that smiles back at me with needle-sharp teeth. One more that blinks a moment too late. One more that whispers, "Don't forget to count yourself in the final tally." The worst part? I'm starting to think it was never about the morgue at all. The morgue was just where it found me, where it found us. And now it's spreading, one reflection at a time, one count at a time. So if you're reading this, do me a favor. Count the shadows in your room right now. Count them carefully. Then count them again. I bet there's one more than there should be. And it's probably smiling. The yellow fog. The first thing I noticed when I arrived at St. Augustine's Artists' Commune wasn't the converted church's imposing Gothic spires, or the way its weather-darkened stone seemed to absorb the weak autumn light. It was the smell, an earthy, almost sweet decay that reminded me of compost and something else I couldn't quite place. I would later learn that the surrounding woods were famous for their mushrooms, but at that moment, standing in the perpetual drizzle with my suitcase and art supplies, the scent only made me wonder if I'd made a mistake accepting the residency. Marion Blackwood, a tall woman with silver-streaked hair, emerged from behind the heavy wooden doors. "I'm Diana Winthrop, the director." We spoke on the phone. Her smile didn't quite reach her eyes as she gestured for me to follow her inside. "You're just in time for evening meditation. We ring the bells at sunset." The interior was darker than I expected, despite the rows of tall windows. Maybe it was the weather, that strange yellow-tinted fog that had followed me for the last few miles of my drive, or maybe it was the way the old church seemed to swallow light rather than reflect it. My boots echoed on the stone floor as Diana led me past what must have been the nave, now subdivided into individual studio spaces by hanging canvas partitions. "Your studio is in the north transept," Diana said, her voice carrying that particular New England crispness that made everything sound like a gentle criticism. "You'll find all the basic supplies, though I see you've brought your own." She glanced at my wrapped canvases with what might have been disapproval. I clutched my favorite brushes closer to my chest. Handmade sable that had cost 3 months' rent but were worth every penny for the way they seemed to anticipate my movements, extending my intent directly onto the canvas. "I prefer to use my own tools," I said, trying to keep my voice steady. There was something about Diana that made me feel like I was back in art school, defending my thesis to a particularly unimpressed committee. "Of course," she replied, though her tone suggested otherwise. "We find that true artists can create with anything, but comfort is important for beginners." Before I could protest that I was hardly a beginner, I had a moderately successful gallery show just last year. A sound cut through the air that made my spine stiffen. It wasn't quite a bell, though that's what Diana had called it. It was deeper, more resonant, like someone had struck a massive tuning fork. The vibration seemed to travel through the stone floor and up into my bones. "Ah, right on time," Diana said, checking her watch. 4:45. "We keep to a strict schedule here. You'll learn to appreciate the routine." She turned to me with that same not-quite smile. "Would you like to settle in first, or join us for meditation?" My head was starting to ache, either from the drive or that strange bell tone that seemed to linger in the air. "I think I'll unpack," I said. It was a long trip. "As you wish." Was that disappointment in her voice? "The others will be eager to meet you at dinner. We've heard so much about your unique perspective on sacred geometry." I watched her walk away, her footsteps impossibly quiet on the stone floor, and tried to remember if I'd mentioned sacred geometry in my application. I didn't think I had. My work dealt primarily with organic forms, particularly mushrooms and their mycelial networks. I'd been fascinated by their hidden connections ever since I'd found that fairy ring in my parents' backyard as a child. My assigned studio space was smaller than I'd expected, but the north-facing windows would provide good light, assuming the sun ever broke through the fog. Someone had already set up an easel and a basic set of supplies: student-grade acrylics, synthetic brushes, the kind of materials I hadn't used since undergraduate studies. But it was the canvas that drew my attention. A large square piece, already primed and stretched, positioned precisely in the center of the easel. I stepped closer, frowning. The surface wasn't completely white. In the dim light, I could make out faint lines, geometric patterns that seemed to shift when I tried to focus on them. They reminded me of the growth patterns of certain fungi, the way they spread underground in perfect mathematics. "Oh, don't mind that." The voice behind me made me jump. A young man stood in the doorway, pale and thin with dark circles under his eyes that looked almost like bruises. "Sometimes the old works bleed through. I'm James, by the way. Studio next door." "Marion," I said, trying to calm my racing heart. "What do you mean, bleed through?" James shrugged, a jerky movement that reminded me of a puppet on strings. "This place has history. Art has memory. You'll see." He glanced over his shoulder, then leaned in closer. His breath smelled of earth and copper. "Just don't try to paint over them. It doesn't work. Trust me." Before I could ask what he meant, another bell tone filled the air, different from the first, higher, almost piercing. James straightened up as if pulled by invisible wires. "That's the second call. You should come to meditation. It helps with the dreams." "What dreams?" But he was already gone, his footsteps silent despite the stone floor. I turned back to the canvas, but in the fading light I couldn't make out the patterns anymore. Just white space, waiting to be filled. I spent the next hour unpacking, trying to arrange my space into something that felt like mine. The studio had a small attached bedroom, more of a cell really, with just enough room for a narrow bed and a dresser. The bathroom was shared down the hall. As I hung my clothes in the tiny closet, I noticed a faint discoloration on the wall behind it, spreading up from the baseboard like watercolor blooming on wet paper. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, it almost looked like it was moving. The third bell came just as I was setting up my paints. This one was different again, deeper than the first, but with harmonics that made my teeth ache. I had to grip the edge of the table until it passed, leaving behind a ringing in my ears and a metallic taste in my mouth. Dinner, it turned out, was served in what must have been the church's refectory, a long, narrow room with a vaulted ceiling that made every clink of cutlery echo. There were 12 other residents, I learned, though only 8 were at dinner that night. The others are deep in their work, Diana explained from her place at the head of the table. We don't disturb the process once it really takes hold. The food was simple but strange, mushroom soup that tasted both familiar and wrong somehow, and bread that had an odd yellow tinge to it. I found myself eating more than I meant to, though I wasn't particularly hungry. There was something compelling about the flavor, something that made me want to analyze it, break it down to its components. "It's the local fungi," said the woman next to me. Sarah, I thought her name was, though everyone had been introduced too quickly for me to keep track. "They have unique properties, perfect for artistic inspiration." She smiled, and I noticed a faint yellow stain at the corner of her mouth. "Diana forages them herself." I looked down at my bowl, suddenly less hungry. I didn't know mushrooms could be that color naturally. "Oh, nothing about them is natural," James said from across the table. "That's what makes them." He cut off abruptly as Diana cleared her throat. "Perhaps we should discuss your work, Marion," Diana said smoothly. "We're all very interested in your process." The way she said process made it sound like an accusation. I took a sip of water, trying to wash away the lingering taste of the soup. "I work primarily with organic forms," I began, falling into my usual artist statement. "I'm interested in the hidden connections between things, the networks that exist just below the surface." Yes, Diana interrupted. "But what are you really looking for?" The question caught me off guard. "I'm not sure what you mean." "Nobody comes to St. Augustine's by accident," Sarah said, her voice soft but intense. "We're all searching for something, the truth beneath the truth, the pattern behind the pattern." "I'm just here to work," I said. But even as I said it, I knew it wasn't entirely true. There was something else, something that had drawn me to this place when I saw the residency listing. Something about the way the application had seemed to read my thoughts before I had them. "Of course you are," Diana said, that not quite smile again. "And work you shall, starting tomorrow. The morning bell rings at sunrise." That night I dreamed of mushrooms. They pushed up through the floorboards of my small room, pale and pulsing with their own inner light. In the dream, I watched them grow, fascinated by their geometric perfection. They formed patterns, circles, spirals, complex fractals that seemed to contain infinite depth. I wanted to paint them, to capture their impossible mathematics, but when I reached for my brushes, they squirmed in my hand like living things. I woke to the first bell of morning, my sheets damp with sweat despite the chill in the room. The dream clung to me like cobwebs, and for a moment I could have sworn I saw faint circles on the floor, glowing in the pre-dawn light. But when I blinked, they were gone. The fog was thicker than ever, pressing against the windows like something alive. Its yellow tint seemed stronger in the morning light, giving everything a jaundiced, sickly cast. I dressed quickly, shivering. The heat didn't seem to work properly in this part of the building, and made my way to the bathroom. The mirrors were all covered with cloth. When I tried to pull one down, I found it had been nailed in place. "We find reflections distracting," said a voice behind me. I turned to see an older man I didn't remember from dinner. His eyes were the same yellow as the fog. "Best to focus inward here," That's where the truth lies. I nodded as if this made perfect sense and hurried back to my studio. The canvas was waiting for me, those faint geometric patterns more visible in the morning light. They seemed to pulse slightly, like a heartbeat, though I told myself it must be a trick of the light. I set up my paints, laying out my brushes with careful precision. They were my touchstone, my connection to the real world of galleries and critics and normal artistic concerns. I picked up my favorite, the finest sable for detail work, and turned to the canvas. The patterns were gone. The surface was pristine white, as if newly primed. But when I moved my head slightly, I could see them again, just at the edge of my vision, like after images from staring at the sun. "They do that," James said from the doorway. I hadn't heard him approach. "They hide themselves until they're ready to be seen, like mushrooms before they fruit." "There's nothing there," I said firmly, more to convince myself than him. "It's just a blank canvas." He made that puppet jerk shrug again. "If you say so. But you might want to try working with them instead of fighting them. It's easier that way. Less painful." Before I could ask what he meant, the second bell rang. This time the sound seemed to have color, a deep, pulsing yellow that matched the fog. I closed my eyes, but I could still see it behind my eyelids, forming those same geometric patterns I'd seen on the canvas. "Time for morning meditation," James said. His voice sounded distant, as if coming through water. "You should come. It helps with the adjustment." I wanted to refuse, to stay in my studio and start working on something normal, a still life maybe, or some preliminary sketches. But my feet were already moving, following James down the corridor to what had once been the church's main sanctuary. The other residents were already there, sitting in a circle on cushions. Diana stood in the center, holding something that looked like a bell, but wasn't quite. In the yellow light filtering through the windows, its surface seemed to ripple and flow. "Ah, Marian," she said, "I'm glad you decided to join us. Please sit. We were just about to begin today's visualization." I sat between James and Sarah, trying to ignore the way the floor seemed to pulse beneath me. Diana struck the not-quite bell, and the sound filled the space like liquid light. I felt it in my bones, in my teeth, behind my eyes. "Close your eyes," Diana instructed, "and look for the patterns. They're always there, just beneath the surface, waiting to be found." I closed my eyes, but I could still see geometric forms spinning and multiplying, mushrooms growing in perfect Fibonacci spirals, mycelial networks spreading like neural pathways. They were beautiful, terrifying, true. When I opened my eyes again, the room was empty except for Diana. The quality of light suggested hours had passed, though it couldn't have been more than minutes. Could it? "How do you feel?" Diana asked, helping me to my feet. My legs were stiff, as if I'd been sitting for much longer than a morning meditation. I tried to find words for the images still dancing behind my eyes. "I saw." "Yes," she said. "You did. And now you're ready to begin your real work." I stumbled back to my studio, my head swimming with visions. The canvas was waiting for me, but it wasn't blank anymore. The patterns were clear now, impossible to ignore. They wanted to be painted, needed to be painted. I picked up my brush, my beautiful, expensive sable brush, and dipped it in yellow paint that I didn't remember mixing. The bristles writhed against my fingers like tiny tentacles, but that was fine. That was right. They knew what they wanted to paint, and I was just the vehicle. The work poured out of me like fever dreams. I painted mushrooms that grew in impossible geometries, their gills reflecting infinite recursions of themselves. I painted networks of mycelia that spelled out truths in mathematical languages I shouldn't have been able to understand. I painted the yellow fog as it really was, not weather at all, but the visible manifestation of something vast and patient and hungry. I painted until my brushes wore down to nubs, their sable bristles falling out like shed skin. I painted until my fingers bled, and then I painted with that too, because the patterns demanded red now, needed that iron-copper brightness to complete their equations. The bells rang, and I painted their sound. Diana brought me soup that tasted of secrets, and I painted its flavor. Sarah sat with me sometimes, whispering about the truth beneath the truth, and I painted her words in spirals that ate themselves. I don't know how long it's been. Time moves strangely here, measured only by the bells and the growth of mushrooms through the floorboards. Real ones now, not dreams. They glow with their own light just as I knew they would, and their patterns match exactly what I've painted. My newest brush is made from James's hair. He offered it himself after his own work was complete. I saw his final piece yesterday, or maybe last week, a masterwork of sacred geometry that had somehow captured the sound of all three bells combined. He won't need his hair anymore, he said. Where he's going, he won't need anything at all. I understand now why the mirrors are covered. We don't need to see our reflections to know how we've changed. I can feel the mushrooms growing inside me, their mycelia threading through my brain in perfect, beautiful patterns. Soon, my work will be complete too. I'm writing this because I found my old phone while looking for more red paint. It still works, though the screen keeps showing me geometric patterns that I need to paint right now. But I wanted to record this first, to explain to whoever finds it why I had to accept the residency, why I had to paint the truth, why we all did. The third bell is ringing. The yellow fog is very thick now, and the mushrooms are so beautiful, geometry made flesh, mathematics made real. Diana says I'm almost ready. One last painting, she says, one final pattern to complete the sequence. I can see it now, growing behind my eyes. It's so perfect, so true. I just need a little more red paint. The Midnight Visitor. I never told anyone why I really left my job as a night shift nurse at Pine Grove Nursing Home. They all assumed it was the stress, the long hours, the emotional toll of watching patients decline. I let them think that. It's easier than explaining what really happened during my last night there. Easier than trying to convince them that what I saw was real. But now I have to tell someone, because last night, at exactly 3:17 a.m., my phone rang. The caller ID showed Pine Grove Nursing Home, and when I answered, I heard the soft, steady beep of a cardiac monitor, followed by the voice I've been trying to forget for the past 6 months. Nurse Anderson, I'm ready for my medicine now. Mrs. Eleanor Webb. Room 217. Deceased as of April 15th, 2024, at 3:17 a.m. I should start at the beginning. It was supposed to be a normal night shift. They're all normal until they're not. I'd been working at Pine Grove for 3 years, long enough to know every creaky floorboard, every flickering fluorescent light, every patient's particular habits and needs. Night shifts in a nursing home have their own rhythm. Medication rounds, hourly checks, the quiet moments in between when the building seems to breathe with the collective inhales and exhales of its sleeping residents. Mrs. Webb had been with us for nearly a decade, a sweet woman, always lucid despite her advanced age, with a sharp wit and sharper memory. She loved to tell stories about her years as a high school English teacher, about the thousands of students whose lives she'd touched. She never had children of her own, she'd tell me during our late-night talks, but she had all those students, all those young minds she'd shaped. That night, her last night, started like any other. I made my rounds at midnight, checking vitals, administering medications. Mrs. Webb was awake when I entered her room, sitting up in bed with her reading glasses perched on her nose, a weathered copy of The Turn of the Screw open on her lap. "Just getting to the good part," she said, smiling up at me. "Have you ever read it, dear?" I told her I hadn't. "Oh, you should. It's all about the things we see when we're alone in the dark. The things that might be real or might be in our minds. Sometimes there's not much difference between the two, is there?" I nodded politely, checked her vitals, all normal, and gave her her evening medications. Before I left, she called me back. "Nurse Anderson, would you mind bringing me my red cardigan? The one in the closet? It gets so cold in here sometimes." I opened her closet door. There was no red cardigan. "Mrs. Webb, I don't see..." But she was already asleep, the book fallen closed on her chest, her glasses slightly askew. I did my 1 a.m. rounds, my 2 a.m. rounds, everything normal. The building settled into its nighttime quiet, broken only by the occasional cough or creak of an adjusting bed. At 3:15 a.m., Mrs. Webb's call button lit up. I wasn't worried at first. She often woke in the night needing water or help to the bathroom. But when I entered her room, something felt wrong. The air was dense, heavy with an electrical charge like just before a storm. And it was cold. So cold, I could see my breath clouding in front of me. Mrs. Webb was sitting up in bed again, but something was different. Her posture was too straight, too rigid. Her hands were folded neatly in her lap, but her fingers were moving, not fidgeting, but writing invisible words on her thighs, over and over. "Mrs. Webb, did you need something?" She turned her head toward me, but her eyes weren't right. They were completely black, like empty holes in her face. "I need my cardigan," she said, but her voice wasn't right either. It echoed, as if multiple voices were speaking in almost perfect unison. "The red one. They're all waiting." "Who's waiting, Mrs. Webb?" Her fingers kept writing, faster now. I could hear her nails scratching against the fabric of her nightgown. "My students," she said. "All my students. The ones who never left." She smiled then, and her teeth were wrong too. Too many of them. Too sharp. "Would you like to meet them, Nurse Anderson? They're just there, in the closet, with my red cardigan." I looked at the closet door. It was open now, though I hadn't opened it. Inside was absolute darkness, a darkness that seemed to pulse and breathe. And something was coming out of that darkness. Many somethings. Young faces, twisted and wrong. Hands reaching, grasping. Mouths opening to reveal too many teeth, just like Mrs. Webb's. "My students," Mrs. Webb said, her voice now a chorus of dozens, hundreds of voices. "The ones who never left, the ones I kept, the ones I taught my final lesson." The shadows were taking shape now, forming into figures in old-fashioned school uniforms, their faces a horrible mixture of youth and ancient evil. They moved like smoke but left wet footprints on the floor. "You see, Nurse Anderson, some lessons can only be taught in the dark. Some knowledge can only be passed on in death. And now..." her head turned toward me, rotating too far, until she was looking at me over her own shoulder. "Now it's time for your lesson." The cardiac monitor started to beep frantically. The shadows surged forward. I ran. I don't remember much after that. The official report says I was found in the parking lot at 3:45 a.m., incoherent and hyperventilating. They told me Mrs. Webb had passed peacefully in her sleep. Natural causes, nothing unusual, but I know what I saw. And now, 6 months later, my phone is ringing again. 3:17 a.m., Pine Grove Nursing Home. This time there's a text message too. "Found my red cardigan, dear. Won't you come see? The students miss you. We have so much to teach you." Attached is a photo, a closet door standing open. Inside, hanging on a hook, is a red cardigan. It's dripping something dark onto the floor, and in the darkness behind it, I can see faces. Young faces, smiling faces, waiting faces. My phone rings again. "Nurse Anderson? I'm ready for my medicine now. We're all ready. Won't you come back to room 217? The lesson is about to begin." I should block the number. I should throw my phone away. I should run. But I can't stop staring at the photo, at the cardigan, at the faces in the dark, because I've just noticed something that makes my blood run cold. In the reflection of the closet mirror, I can see myself, standing there, wearing a nurse's uniform. But it's not my face anymore. I'm smiling with too many teeth, and my eyes are completely black. The lesson has already begun, and I think I'm starting to understand what Mrs. Webb meant about the things we see in the dark, about how sometimes there's not much difference between what's real and what's in our minds. Because now I can hear them too, the voices of her students, whispering, teaching, calling, and I'm learning. Oh God, I'm learning. Won't you come learn with me? Room 217 is waiting. We're all waiting, and we have so much to teach. The Dollhouse Tapes. It started last October when Jenny, my oldest friend from college, called me out of the blue. We hadn't spoken in months. Life, jobs, the usual drift. But her voice on the phone made my stomach drop. She sounded hollow, distant, like she was speaking from underwater. "Sarah, I need..." She trailed off, and I heard what might have been a shaky breath. "I need you to come look at something. Please, I can't tell if I'm losing it." "Jenny, what's wrong?" The autumn wind rattled my apartment windows, and I pulled my cardigan tighter. "Are you okay?" Can you come over? Tonight? Please?" There was something raw in her voice that scared me. Jenny was always the collected one, the one who kept me grounded during finals week panic attacks and bad breakups. Hearing her like this felt wrong, like watching a parent cry. "Of course," I said, already reaching for my keys. "Text me your new address. I'll be there in an hour." The drive to Jenny's place took me through unfamiliar suburbs, rows of identical houses with manicured lawns fading to brown in the October chill. Her neighborhood was older, full of Victorian-style homes with wraparound porches and elaborate trim work. The kind of houses that look charming in daylight but menacing after dark. All sharp angles and deep shadows. Jenny's house sat at the end of a dead-end street, partially hidden behind overgrown hedges. The porch light was out, and I had to use my phone's flashlight to find the front steps. The wood creaked under my feet, that distinct elderly house sound that always makes you wonder about structural integrity. She opened the door before I could knock. Jenny looked wrong. Her normally sleek, dark hair was unwashed and tangled. her eyes ringed with shadows that spoke of sleepless nights. She wore what looked like the same Northwestern sweatshirt from our college days, now threadbare and stained. "Thank God you're here," she whispered, pulling me inside. The house was freezing, and I could see her breath in the dim entryway. "I need you to tell me I'm not crazy. I need someone else to see it." "See what?" I asked, following her up a narrow staircase. Family photos lined the walls. Jenny and her husband Mark's wedding, vacation snapshots, her parents. Normal things that somehow felt off, like props arranged to create the illusion of a happy home. "Jenny, you're scaring me. Where's Mark?" "Conference in Seattle. He's been gone 2 weeks." She laughed, a sharp sound with no humor in it. "He thinks I'm having some kind of breakdown. Keeps talking about postpartum depression, about seeing someone. But this isn't. This is real. You'll see." The mention of postpartum made my chest tight. Jenny had lost the baby 6 months ago, late in the second trimester. I should have been there more, should have called more often. Some friend I was. We reached the second floor, and Jenny led me to what must have been meant as a nursery. The walls were a soft yellow, but the room was empty except for a large dollhouse in the center of the floor. It was beautiful in an antique way, Victorian style, matching Jenny's actual house, with intricate gingerbread trim and tiny, perfect shutters. "Mark's mother gave it to us when we told her I was pregnant," Jenny said, kneeling beside it. "Family heirloom, supposedly. Been passed down for generations." She reached out with trembling fingers but stopped just short of touching it. "Watch." I knelt beside her, knees cracking against the hardwood floor. Up close, the dollhouse was even more impressive. Every detail was perfect, from the miniature door knocker to the tiny books visible through the windows. But something felt off. The proportions were slightly wrong, the windows a bit too tall, the doors at slightly odd angles. Looking at it too long made my eyes hurt. "Jenny, what am—" "Shh," she hissed, eyes fixed on the dollhouse. "Listen." At first I heard nothing but the usual old house sounds, settling foundations, creaking wood, the whisper of wind through old windows. Then, something else. A soft scratching, like mice in the walls, but rhythmic, deliberate. It seemed to be coming from inside the dollhouse, but that was impossible, wasn't it? "There's more," Jenny whispered. Her hand found mine in the dark, ice cold and shaking. "Watch the nursery window. Top floor." I leaned closer, squinting at the tiny window she indicated. The room beyond was dark, but as my eyes adjusted, I could make out what looked like a miniature nursery. A crib, a rocking chair, tiny stuffed animals arranged with obsessive care. The scratching got louder. Then I saw it. Movement. Just a flicker, but unmistakable. Something inside that tiny room was moving. "Jesus!" I jerked back, heart pounding. There must be a mechanism or something, like those animated Christmas displays." Jenny shook her head slowly. "I thought that too. I took it apart looking for motors, batteries, anything. There's nothing, just wood and paint and—" She swallowed hard. "And sometimes, late at night, I hear crying, baby crying." A chill ran down my spine that had nothing to do with the room's temperature. "Jenny, maybe Mark is right about talking to someone. After everything you've been through—" "I knew you wouldn't believe me," she said flatly. "Nobody does. But I can prove it." She stood suddenly, moving to a shelf I hadn't noticed before. "Look at this." She handed me what looked like an old VHS tape, the label worn away with age. "I set up a camera last week, one of those old camcorders Mark's dad gave us. Digital ones won't work. They just show static. But this? She grabbed my arm, fingers digging in painfully. You have to watch it with me. Please. I wanted to say no. Everything in me was screaming to get out of that house, to get Jenny help, to call Mark or her parents or anyone. But the desperation in her voice stopped me. Okay, I said. Okay, do you have a VCR? She led me back downstairs to what must have been meant as a living room, though it held only a TV on a stand and a single rocking chair. The chair was moving slightly, though there was no breeze. Must be the uneven floorboards, I told myself firmly. Jenny hooked up an ancient VCR with shaking hands and inserted the tape. Static filled the screen, then resolved into a grainy image of the dollhouse at night, lit only by moonlight through the nursery windows. For several minutes, nothing happened. Then, there, Jenny pointed. On screen, a shadow moved past the tiny windows, too large to be a doll, too small to be human. The image distorted, tracking lines rolling across the screen, but I could make out something rocking in that miniature chair, back and forth, back and forth. The static grew louder, took on an almost rhythmic quality, like breathing or crying. The tape jumped, skipped. When the image stabilized, the camera was closer to the dollhouse, close enough to see inside that tiny room. Close enough to see. I'm not going to describe what I saw in that window. I can't. My mind shies away from it like a hand from a hot stove. But I remember the sound I made. A thin, animal whimper of pure terror. Jenny just nodded. You see? You see it too? Her voice was eager, almost triumphant. I'm not crazy. It's real. The tape continued, but I couldn't watch anymore. I stumbled to the bathroom and threw up, my whole body shaking. When I came back, Jenny was rewinding the tape with methodical care. Jenny, I said carefully, we need to get rid of that dollhouse. Burn it, break it up, whatever. This isn't right. Don't you think I've tried? She laughed that horrible laugh again. Nothing works. Fire won't catch, tools break. And when I tried to throw it out, she pulled up her sleeve, revealing angry red scratches down her arm. It came back. It always comes back. Then we'll try harder. We'll figure something out. I pulled out my phone. I'm calling Mark. He needs to come home. No, Jenny knocked the phone from my hand with surprising strength. He'll just try to have me committed again, like after the baby. She wrapped her arms around herself, rocking slightly. I have to figure this out. There has to be a reason. A connection. What do you mean, a connection? She took a deep breath. I found something. In Mark's mother's attic when we were cleaning out her house last month. Look. She retrieved a manila envelope from a drawer and spread its contents on the floor. Newspaper clippings mostly, yellowed with age. They told fragments of a story, missing children, spanning decades. All from this area, all from families who had owned the doll house. It's not just a coincidence, Jenny whispered. It can't be. And look at this one. She pointed to the oldest clipping from 1947. The photo showed a young woman being led away by police, her face twisted in anguish. Behind her, barely visible, was the dollhouse. The woman could have been Jenny's twin. I dream about her sometimes, Jenny said softly. She lost a baby too. Late term. But she found a way to get it back. Through the dollhouse somehow. Only it wasn't really her baby that came back. Jenny, stop! My voice was shaking. We need to get you help. Real help. She wasn't listening. I hear it at night. Crying. coming from the nursery, the real nursery. But when I go look, there's nothing there, just the empty room and that damn rocking chair moving by itself. Her voice dropped to a whisper. Sometimes I think if I just went in the dollhouse, if I could make myself small enough. Stop it! I grabbed her shoulders. Listen to yourself. This isn't the answer. Whatever this thing is, it's feeding on your grief. You can't let it. For a moment, I thought I'd gotten through. Then her face hardened. You don't understand. You can't. Just go. I shouldn't have called you. I'm not leaving you alone with that thing. Get out! She screamed, shoving me toward the door. Get out! Get out! Get out! I stumbled backward, caught off guard by her strength. As I fell, my elbow knocked against something, the VCR. The tape ejected with a mechanical shriek, and I grabbed it without thinking. Jenny lunged for it, but I was faster. I ran, taking the porch steps 2 at a time, her screams following me into the night. I drove home in a daze, the tape burning a hole in my passenger seat. I tried calling Jenny the next morning. No answer. Same the next day, and the next. I called Mark, but it went straight to voicemail. Finally, I drove back to the house, heart pounding the whole way. The police were already there. They found Jenny in the nursery. The official report says she died of exposure, hypothermia, despite all the windows being closed and the heat being on. The temperature in that room was 30 degrees below the rest of the house, and they never figured out why. The dollhouse was gone, no sign of it anywhere. But they found something else, something that didn't make it into the official report. My friend on the force told me later, voice shaking. In the corner of the nursery, they found tiny footprints in the dust, baby-sized, leading to the wall, then stopping. Like something very small had been walking there. And on the rocking chair, the real one, life-sized, they found a single perfect scratch mark. Too big for a doll, too small for a human hand. I still have the tape. I know I should destroy it, but I can't bring myself to. Sometimes late at night, I swear I can hear it calling to me from the drawer where I keep it. A soft scratching sound, like tiny fingers on wood. And sometimes, in my dreams, I see Jenny. She's in a beautiful Victorian nursery, rocking a baby that isn't quite right. She looks up at me through the window and smiles, but her face isn't quite right either, like a doll's face, painted on. She's still rocking. Always rocking. I guess I should mention I'm pregnant. Just found out last week. And yesterday I got a package. No return address. Inside was a beautiful antique dollhouse. I haven't opened it yet. But sometimes, late at night, I hear crying. The traffic stop. Officer David James had worked the graveyard shift along Route 43 for nearly 7 years. The stretch of highway cutting through dense pine forest was notorious for drunk drivers, especially after midnight. But in all his years of service, he'd never encountered anything quite like what happened on that moonless October night. The first peculiarity was the silence. Usually the night hummed with crickets and the occasional hoot of a barred owl. But as James's cruiser idled at the turnout near mile marker 217, an unnatural stillness pressed against his eardrums. Even the wind seemed to have abandoned the pines. His radar gun registered a black sedan doing 62 in a 55. As the car passed, James noticed the passenger side taillight was out. A routine stop, the kind he'd done thousands of times before. He flicked on his lights and pulled out behind the vehicle. The sedan took longer than usual to respond, continuing for almost half a mile before finally pulling onto the shoulder. James approached with his flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, noting how the black paint seemed to absorb the light rather than reflect it. The windows were tinted, but within legal limits. "License and registration," James said, keeping his voice steady despite an inexplicable urge to turn and run. The driver's window descended with painful slowness, releasing a blast of cold air that made James's eyes water. The interior smelled of wet earth and something else, something chemical and medicinal, that reminded him of his father's last days in the hospital. The driver was a middle-aged man in a charcoal suit. His skin had an odd, waxy quality under the flashlight beam, but his license photo was a perfect match. James Sullivan, 47, organ donor. Everything appeared to be in order, yet James's patrol-honed instincts screamed that something was terribly wrong. "Do you know why I pulled you over tonight, Mr. Sullivan?" The man's head turned with mechanical precision. His smile revealed too many teeth. "No, officer. Is there a problem?" James's flashlight beam wavered. "Your passenger side taillight is out. I'll need to write you a fix-it ticket." "That's impossible," Sullivan replied, his smile unchanging. "I just had them checked last week." The conversation continued with the same surreal quality, everything technically correct but fundamentally wrong, like a photo negative of reality. James wrote the ticket with trembling hands, his pen leaving dark grooves in the paper. As he handed over the citation, Sullivan's fingers brushed against his. They were ice cold and slightly tacky, like leather left out in the rain. "Have a good night, Officer James," Sullivan said, though James hadn't given his name. James hurried back to his cruiser, fighting the urge to wipe his hand on his uniform. As he watched the sedan pull away, its functioning taillights blazed an impossible crimson in the darkness. Wait. Both taillights were working perfectly. James's radio crackled to life, making him jump. Dispatch wanted him to run the plates. Standard procedure. He called them in, his mouth dry. The response came back garbled at first, forcing the dispatcher to repeat herself. "Unit 417, be advised. That vehicle was reported totaled in 2014, impounded and scrapped following a fatal accident. The registered owner, James Sullivan, was declared dead at the scene." James's blood turned to ice water in his veins. He immediately hit his lights and sirens, accelerating after the sedan. But the highway ahead was empty in both directions. The black car had vanished. Back at the station, James's supervisor called him into his office. "We need to talk about what happened tonight." "I know how it sounds," James began, but the sergeant held up a hand. "We pulled your dash cam footage." The older man's face was grave. "David, there was no car." James watched in horror as the video played on the sergeant's computer. It showed his cruiser pulling over on the empty highway. The camera captured him walking out into the darkness, standing still for 12 minutes while apparently speaking to thin air. His flashlight beam illuminated nothing but swirling mist and empty asphalt. That was 3 weeks ago. James hasn't returned to work since that night. He requested indefinite leave, citing personal reasons. But the truth is, he can't bring himself to drive that stretch of Route 43 again. Not after what he discovered during his obsessive research into the accident that claimed James Sullivan's life. The papers called it a tragic drunk driving incident. Sullivan had been heading home from a late meeting when his sedan veered off the road near mile marker 217. The car flipped several times before coming to rest against a stand of pines. Sullivan was partially ejected through the windshield. He remained conscious long enough to give a statement to the first officer on scene. The responding officer that night? A rookie named David James, working his very first graveyard shift. In his incident report, James wrote that Sullivan kept apologizing, saying he should have noticed his taillight was out. The report also noted that James had tried to comfort the dying man, promising to stay with him until the ambulance arrived. But James has no memory of that night. None at all. The first year of his service is a complete blank in his mind, as if something reached in and carefully excised those memories, leaving behind nothing but shadows and the lingering scent of wet earth. Last week, James finally worked up the courage to visit the accident site. The old skid marks have long since faded, and new saplings have begun to reclaim the small clearing where Sullivan's car came to rest. But as James stood there in the weak autumn sunlight, something caught his eye, a glint of metal half buried in the soil. He dug it up with trembling hands, a police badge, caked with dried mud and what might have been blood. The number was still legible despite years of exposure to the elements. It was his badge, the one he'd lost during his first year on the force, the one he'd had to replace but could never remember losing. James sits in his dark apartment now, staring at the badge and trying to piece together the truth. Every night, he dreams of standing on that empty highway, watching headlights approach through the mist. In the dreams, he's the one behind the wheel of a black sedan, and a young officer named David James is walking toward his window with a flashlight beam that illuminates nothing at all. He knows he should tell someone what he's discovered, should warn them about what happens on that stretch of Route 43 when the night grows too quiet and the darkness seems to pulse with its own heartbeat. But who would believe him? Besides, he's beginning to understand now, beginning to remember fragments of that lost year, like shards of a broken mirror slowly being pieced back together. He remembers the sound of tearing metal and breaking glass, remembers the taste of copper in his mouth and the feeling of cold asphalt against his cheek, remembers a kind young officer who held his hand and promised to stay, even as the ambulance sirens wailed in the distance and the world grew dim around the edges. Most of all, he remembers the guilt, the soul-crushing weight of it, because there was something else in his original incident report, something that's been eating away at his subconscious for 10 years, like a cancer. When Sullivan apologized for his tail light, James had assured him it was working fine, had even walked around to check, just to give the dying man some peace of mind. Both tail lights were functioning perfectly that night, just like they were 3 weeks ago, when James pulled over a black sedan driven by a man with too many teeth and cold, tacky hands. James's phone buzzes, making him flinch. It's a text from an unknown number. "Time to collect, rookie." The message is time-stamped 10:17 p.m., exactly when he'd first spotted the black sedan 3 weeks ago, exactly when Sullivan's accident occurred 10 years ago. As he stares at his phone's screen, another text appears. "Your tail light's out." James's hands shake as he dials dispatch. The phone only emits a low, wet, gurgling sound, like someone drowning in mud. The smell of wet earth and antiseptic suddenly fills his apartment, and the temperature plummets. "No," James whispers, backing away from the window. Through the gap in his curtains, he can see the street below. A black sedan idles there, both taillights blazing an impossible crimson in the darkness. Its engine growls like something from the depths of hell. James runs for his bedroom, but his legs won't work right. Each step feels like moving through tar. He reaches for his service weapon, but his fingers pass right through it as if it's made of smoke. "You promised?" Sullivan's voice whispers from every corner of the room. "You promised you wouldn't let me drive alone." I was trying to comfort a dying man," James shouts into the darkness. "I didn't mean—" "But you promised," the voice interrupts, closer now. The smell of rot in hospital corridors grows overwhelming, and now it's time to pay. James tries to scream as invisible hands grasp his shoulders, their touch cold and tacky like old leather left in the rain. But no sound comes out. His body moves against his will, walking puppet-like toward the door. His old badge, still caked with mud from that fatal night, slides across the coffee table on its own and into his pocket. It feels impossibly heavy, like it's made of black holes and broken promises. "Please," James begs as his feet carry him down the stairs. "I have a family, a life. You can't." "I had those too," Sullivan's voice hisses in his ear. "Before the crash, before you made your promise." The black sedan's passenger door swings open by itself. The interior smells of grave dirt and formaldehyde, and the man behind the wheel smiles with too many teeth, far too many, row upon rotting row disappearing down his throat like a shark's maw. "No, please," James struggles, but his body moves inexorably forward. His muscles respond only to Sullivan's will now. "Someone help me." "Nobody can hear you," Sullivan says, his leather-textured fingers drumming on the steering wheel. "Nobody could hear me that night either. Just you. Just the rookie who promised to stay." James's body slides into the passenger seat against his will, his old mud-stained badge burning cold in his pocket like a chunk of ice. "How long?" he manages to whisper. Sullivan's impossible smile widens. "Forever, partner. We have so many more traffic stops to make." The sedan pulls away from the curb, its taillights cutting bloody swaths through the darkness. Tomorrow, someone will find James's apartment empty, his service weapon and current badge still on the coffee table next to his phone. The screen will show a final, unsent text: "Help me." But tonight belongs to Route 43. Tonight belongs to the endless dark and the promises we make without understanding their cost, to the debts that come due when the crickets fall silent and the shadows grow teeth. Somewhere ahead, another young officer is starting their first graveyard shift. They're parked at mile marker 217, watching the empty highway and wondering why the night feels so strange, so hungry. Their radar gun will soon register a black sedan doing 62 in a 55, and they'll see two men in the front seat, one with too many teeth, and one whose eyes silently scream for help that will never come. Because some promises bind us whether we want them to or not. Some nights never really end. They just keep repeating, like an endless loop of dashcam footage showing nothing but mist and darkness and the price we pay for the words we can never take back. Have a good night, officer. And remember, never make promises to the dying. They have nothing left to lose and eternity to collect. I wish I had never eaten at this diner. I was driving down a desolate road in the middle of nowhere, coming home from a 2-day business trip. I was starving. It was 1 p.m., and I'd been on the road since 6 a.m. I figured I wouldn't find anything to eat for the next 50 miles or so, but to my shock, something appeared in front of me. It seemed like a hallucination when first seen, but as I was walking closer, I found that it was an old-fashioned diner, and the sign hanging outside read Haven's Diner, with very faint neon glow in a dense fog that was swallowing the endless road. Inside it was quiet, but for the very faint hum of a jukebox playing some tune I almost recognized. The smell of burnt coffee and grease hit my nostrils, but I sensed something else, a metallic tang that I couldn't place. The place was deserted save for a waitress stationed by the counter with a smile a little too wide and eyes nailed to me like she had been waiting for me. I slipped into a booth by the window, and just as I hadn't yet bothered to request the menu, a waitress came by, set down the steaming plate before me, and walked off again. Staring at that food in revulsion made my stomach roll up. It was Mom's meatloaf recipe, overcooked edges, an exact shade of gravy, to the point she hadn't prepared that dish for over 10 years, since her death. "How did you know?" I began to ask, but the words caught in my throat. The waitress merely cocked her head, still smiling, and headed back to the counter without a word. I should have left right then. I was too hungry, too tired, and something about the smell of that meatloaf drew me, filling me with a bittersweet nostalgia I couldn't fight. I picked up the fork and took a bite. It was perfect, just like I remembered it from when I was a kid. But as I chewed, a strange sensation crept over me, like I was being watched by someone I couldn't see. The hair on the back of my neck stood up, and I glanced around the diner. It was still empty, except for the waitress, who now stood completely still, her back turned to me. That's when I noticed the clock above the counter. It was stuck at 3:33, the second hand twitching but never moving forward. My appetite vanished, replaced by a cold knot of unease in my stomach. I stood up, leaving the half-eaten plate on the table, and headed for the door. "Leaving so soon?" a voice said behind me. It wasn't the waitress. It was a man's voice, low and raspy, like he'd smoked a pack a day for years. I turned around, but no one was there. The booth where I had been sitting was empty, the plate of meatloaf gone. I ran for the door, my heart pounding in my chest, and flung it open. Outside, the fog was thicker than before, pressing against my skin like a damp shroud. My car was gone. In its place stood another sign, smaller than the one out front. It read, "You're always welcome at Haven's Diner. See you soon." I started walking, hoping to find the road, another car, anything. But no matter how far I went, I ended up back in front of that damn diner. And each time I returned, the same plate of meatloaf was waiting for me, steaming hot and just the way Mom used to make it. I don't know how long I've been here. Days? Weeks? The clock inside still says 3:33. The waitress still smiles that too-wide smile, and the jukebox keeps playing that almost familiar song on a loop. I can't leave, and I'm afraid to eat again. But sooner or later, I know I'll give in. The smell of that meatloaf is stronger now, and my hunger is growing. If you ever pass a Haven's Diner along the side of the road, keep going. No matter how hungry you are, no matter how tired, just go. I wasn't alone seeking shelter from the blizzard. There's an unspoken rule up in the mountains that no matter who you are, friend, bitter rival, stranger, anyone, if you're ever in a pinch and come across another hunter's cabin, you're welcome to seek shelter there. Maybe it's unspoken because it's common courtesy and that whole do unto others thing. Or maybe it's unspoken because there's hardly anyone to speak to. In the winter months especially, you'd be hard-pressed to see another soul for weeks, sometimes months. But that's the rule. You need it. You use it. No judgment. No questions asked. Just don't steal anything. Now, I'm not a burly, seasoned mountain man that flosses with tree bark and never shaves, but I do like to hunt. I often leave my small Alaskan village for weeks at a time and take to my hunting lodge up in the mountains. I'm a fairly cautious guy, and I know the mountains can be traitorous, so when I leave prepared. I check the long-term forecast, gather the necessary supplies, bring backups, and make sure I've got enough of everything I need to survive at least a week longer than I plan on staying, just in case. I always believed my precautions would protect me, but like a child's security blanket, they were only a paper-thin illusion of safety. There's no planning when Mother Nature decides she's in a mood. That's why I never expected to get caught in a blizzard that day. It had started out sunny and cold, but as the day progressed, a few clouds formed. By the time they'd amassed into a heavy cloud covering, I was already on my way back to my cabin with a couple hairs hanging over my shoulders. I'd named them dinner and breakfast. I was planning on eating breakfast for dinner and dinner for breakfast, if only to make myself laugh. It's the little things like that that keeps the solitude from turning into loneliness. The snowfall seemed to come out of nowhere, like someone had knocked an awning shut, and all the snow collected on top had fallen all at once. Except it wasn't a single tidal wave of snow. It was a relentless, unending assault. Last I checked, the weather reports hadn't mentioned a blizzard, and yet a blizzard was what I found myself walking through. It got very dark, very fast, and I kicked myself for leaving my flashlight back at my lodge. I'd planned on coming home long before nightfall, so I hadn't thought I needed it. I'd been sorely mistaken. Snow prickled painfully as it darted into my eyes. I had squint almost all the way to keep those sub-zero jerks from stabbing me blind. The wind howled as gales cut through my clothes and right to my bones. I could barely see 2 feet in front of me and couldn't see the 2 feet beneath me as they sank in an ever-growing blanket of white. I'm not sure when I realized I was lost. At some point I knew I should have arrived at my cabin, but all I saw was white with a few slivers of gray swaying in the thick breeze. The hairs at the back of my neck became stiff and battered against me with every puff of air and every awkward, crashing footfall. I was running out of energy, running out of ideas and beginning to panic. I could have spun around in a computer chair 100 times and felt less disoriented than I did in that whiteout. And then I walked right into a cabin. Literally. It had become so dark and the snow had become so heavy that I couldn't see the structure until I stumbled face first into it. I held my hands against the wooden facade so I wouldn't lose it in the storm, and circled around until I found a door. I wasn't just in a pinch. This was life or death. In the unlikely event someone was inside, I knocked on the door and waited for an answer. Through the howling wind, I could have sworn I heard, "Come in." As I swung open the door and stepped inside, a small avalanche of snow tumbled in with me. I didn't bother trying to kick it out as I fought against the wind to close the door behind me. The relief was instantaneous. Without the air whipping at me, I'd put a stop to the timer ticking down to my freezing death. "Thanks," I whispered. I turned towards the inside of the cabin and tried to get my bearings, but all I saw was blackness, which meant I had no real way of gauging the size of the cabin. Yeah, I'd circled around it, but I'd been stumbling around, half blind, focused on trying to find a doorknob, so I had no idea what length of the cabin I'd covered. I could have walked half of it. I could have circled around 3 times without realizing it. Through the darkness, all I could see was the vague outline of someone sitting in the corner. "You're a real lifesaver," I said. He didn't answer. I pawed around for a lighter, a lantern, a matchbook, anything that might emit light, but all my fingertips touched were chains and the barrels of hunting rifles. I stopped poking around when I felt an open bear trap. Wouldn't want to get my arm caught in one of those. It was safer to sit still and wait for daybreak. It occurred to me the stranger might have been seeking refuge as well. "So," I started, keeping my tone light and innocent. "You the owner of this cabin?" The answer was more of a hiss than a word, but in that hiss, I heard a faint, yes. I sat on the floor, let my hairs down beside me, and reached into my pack. Why I'd taken a sleeping bag with me and not a flashlight was beyond me. I removed my wet clothes and quietly slipped into the sleeping bag to warm up, making conversation as I did. Thanks again. That blizzard really came out of nowhere. He replied with the slow, labored, wheezy breaths of an elderly man on his deathbed. Dangerous. Yeah, I chuckled. That's an understatement. Hungry, he exhaled. You got a fireplace? I've got a couple hares. I'll cook them up. It's the least I can do, I offered. His reply was drawn out, like a wolf howling, but without the majestic hum. No. Okay, as soon as the blizzard dies down, I'll go gather wood and make us a fire. Can you wait until then? I saw his silhouette shift slightly. There was a rattle of chains. No, again. The O stretched out in a long, bloated groan. No. No. Yes. The final no morphed strangely into a yes, like someone drastically changing to a much higher note on a flute halfway through a breath. I craned my neck to look at the single window in the cabin. It was pitch black, pitch white. It was like an afterglow, visible against the black backdrop of the wood, yet still inherently dark. I focused on it rather than the rest of the cabin, because it was the only hint of light I could see. If you don't mind, I'm going to try and catch some shut-eye, I said tiredly. He didn't respond, but that didn't surprise me. Mountain folk don't talk much, even when they come down to town for what few supplies they can't make themselves. I shrugged it off and settled in for the night, but I felt something hard against my side. Sighing, I tossed my hairs back a bit farther and got comfortable. I was exhausted, so it wasn't all that hard for me to drift off, despite the wind's song playing outside the walls. I hugged myself in my sleeping bag and drifted off. I was awoken by a different sound, a weird snapping crunch that made me shoot up in bed, believing the ceiling was about to collapse under the weight of the snow. I braced myself, but as the sound came again, I realized it wasn't above me, but rather next to me, near my belongings. The silhouette was gone from the corner, and I could hear his deep, raspy breaths accompanying the crunch. "What the hell are you doing?" I snapped. He retreated back to his corner with a rattling of chains. My adrenaline was pumping, and I wasn't even sure why. Something about the stranger put me in a state of near panic. My instincts were telling me to leave, but I couldn't afford it. Whatever this guy was up to, I was safer with him than I was out there in the blizzard. I grabbed my backpack and propped myself against the wall in a seated position, staring at the silhouette, expecting him to make a move. I kept myself awake and alert, never looking away even as the howling wind slowly diminished in strength. Once or twice I felt my head begin to dip, and my eyes begin to shut. But every time I slipped, the faint rattle of chains snapped me back into consciousness. As the blizzard cleared and the sun slowly rose, light began to trickle into the cabin. The scene filtered through in tiny increments with each layer uncovered by the sun, like a printer slowly spitting out the full picture one line at a time. I wasn't in a cabin. I was a large supply shed that was maybe 10, 11 feet long, 7, 8 feet wide. There was no fireplace, which makes sense for a supply shed. There were tools, traps, and riffles lining every wall. The silhouette in the corner slowly stopped being a silhouette and started being a distinct person. Skinny, no, gaunt, pale, no, ghost white, man, no, corpse. I was gutted. He was dead. Not, oh shoot, I died overnight. Sorry about that. Dead, long dead. Long, long, long dead. His body was all shriveled and mummified. Is that even the right word for it? He wasn't wrapped up in bandages or anything like that. But his skin was completely dehydrated and stiff like an unwrapped mummy. His hair was hanging from his head in unkempt strings. His teeth were poking out of his shrunken lips, with a wide gap where the top right canine should have been. There was a stain of age-old blood soaked into the wood beneath him. I followed it by gaze to its origin, his left foot, and the bear trap in which it had gotten caught. There was an empty hook on the wall above him with a chain leading to the trap. It was long enough for him to move around, but not enough for him to reach the front door, or the saw hanging above it. My best guess was the trap had fallen on its own while he was out, and at some point he'd done a supply run in the dark and had gotten caught in his own trap. He'd probably died of thirst or something. Look, I'm telling you, he wasn't breathing. He wasn't moving. He was dead as a doornail, and had been for quite some time. I sat there, reasoning I'd been delirious the night before. The fatigue, the dehydration, the disorientation caused by the blizzard. It made me imagine his voice. Those slow, hissing sounds I thought were replies were just the wind outside. I'd interpreted them wrong because the loneliness had finally gotten to me. The elements had conspired against me to create a living person out of someone who definitely wasn't living. It was a good, logical explanation, and I wish I could say it was true. Except I'm not the one who bit the head off of breakfast. It's not my canine tooth I found on the floor next to me. My dry, dirty, wood-like fingernails aren't the ones sticking out of the outside of my sleeping bag. I'm not the one who caked the corpse's dry, cracking lips with white fur. I didn't stick around for dinner. Mr. Moogie was imaginary. He had to be. My daughter started talking about Mr. Moogie on her 4th birthday. My brother and I lived across the street from one another, and we held the party at his house since he could afford a pool and I couldn't. That day, the shift was indicated by a small tug on the skirt. I turned to see the beautiful hazel eyes of Melissa, my daughter, staring up at me. "Mommy, Mr. Moogie wants to come home with us." I knelt down to get to her level. "Who's that, baby?" She looked around as if searching for someone. "He's my new friend." "I don't see him, though. He must have gone to grab his coat." I realized then that my little baby had her first imaginary friend. I nodded enthusiastically. "Of course he can. Mr. Moogie is more than welcome in our home whenever he wants." I thought nothing of Mr. Moogie, really, although things around the house were strange after that, and a lot of it had to do with Mr. Moogie. She insisted on having her window open every night, and Mr. Moogie never seemed to want to be in the room with me. Every time I'd ask her where he was, she'd say something like, "He went home for the day," or "He decided to go for a walk around the block." I once joking asked if he didn't like me. She looked at me, hurt. "Oh no, Mommy. Mr. Moogie loves you a whole bunch. He just gets shy." This went on for a year. The only problem was, the more time went on, the more immersed she became in Mr. Moogie. She changed a lot of parts of her personality, which she said was something Moogie wanted for her. My emotions were mixed. Worry and frustration. She would spend so much time by herself, opting to shut herself away in her bedroom with him, rather than go spend her time outside. She refused certain things she used to love, and it was difficult to get her to even go to the store with me. I tried to take her to her dad's on weekends, but if I could even get her there without her throwing an enormous fit, I'd get a call within a few hours from my ex-husband, absolutely insisting that I pick her up. She was out of control at that point. She trashed his house on several occasions before he finally threw his hands up and yelled, "God damn it, Mary, take your kid and get out of my life." She held her head in shame as I explained, while trying to contain my sheer anger, that what she did was entirely wrong. She just kept saying, "Mr. Moogie said it was the only way I could stay with you." I felt fed up, but I was more worried. I wanted badly to take her to a doctor, but the divorce left us broke and without insurance. Silently, I hoped she would grow out of it. One morning, I woke up to find that Melissa was fully dressed. Most of the time, she would opt for pajamas. "What's the special occasion?" I asked, treading lightly as possible. She had never flipped out and trashed our house, but I still found myself afraid of my own child. "Mr. Moody wants to play outside today." I nodded, relieved that she was going to be outside instead of locked away. I decided that I'd do the dishes, so I could stay inside and still watch her playing in the yard. I couldn't have looked away more than a few minutes, but when I looked back, she was gone. Running outside, I screamed her name, but got no reply. I called the police immediately, and a search was started. Every hour that passed, I prayed to a God that I didn't fully believe in. I prayed for my daughter's safety. I prayed that this was just one of many odd but harmless occurrences. Hours turned into days, then weeks, months. Half a year had gone by, and there was no sign of Melissa. At 2:37 a.m. on an abnormally warm October night, a call came into the station from a man claiming to have seen someone carrying a body through his backyard. The police caught him in the act. Older man, probably in his 40s. Thick glasses, lanky body. Nothing at all special about him, other than the fact that the body he was trying to bury was that of my little Melissa. I'm sure you don't want the gory details, and I'm not willing to relive them. She had been abused in disgusting, inhuman ways for the entirety of the 6 months she had been gone. She was so thin and bruised, she was barely recognizable. I was asked down to the station and had my brother accompany me. They wanted to see if I could recognize the guy. My brother grasped my hand tightly, likely fighting back tears himself, as we stared at this strange man from behind weird mirror glass. It all felt like a bad episode of SVU. Detective Lorenzo stared with sympathy in his eyes. "Do you know this man?" I shook my head. "No, I've never seen him in my life." My brother looked at me with confusion. "What are you talking about? Don't lie to them, Mary." My head was so foggy, it took a few moments for me to realize what was said and reply. No, I've never seen him." He looked a bit angry with me then. "Are you shitting me? He was in and out of your house for that past what year?" That was the tipping point. Later, I sat at a metal table across from Detective Lorenzo. His tone had changed from sympathetic to accusatory. "How do you know Thomas Mooney?" He pushed a photo of the man that killed my daughter across the table. I shook my head, almost too bewildered to speak. "I don't know that man." He stood quickly, slamming his hands on the table. "Yeah, this definitely seemed like a bad episode of SVU. He was in your house. People saw him walking everywhere with you and your daughter. Your own brother saw the man come in and out of the house." I think that's when I made the connection. Moody. There was no way. Mr. Moody was imaginary. It was not possible that a man could have avoided me, been in my home with my child for a year. Yet, the evidence was there. The neighborhood watch had surveillance cameras installed a few years before we moved in. The footage showed Thomas Mooney, a man I never met until I saw him in that interrogation room, crawling through the windows of my home, mostly Melissa's bedroom window. Hell, he even came and went through the front door several times. They asked a few people around the community if they ever saw him. Most of them nodded solemnly. They all assumed that he was a relative or a family friend. He'd always follow at a distance, and I never thought to look over my shoulder. I never saw him. Not once. The sound of spinning. I've been trying to write this down for weeks now. My therapist says it might help to get it all out, but every time I start, my hands shake so badly I can barely type. Even now, sitting in my well-lit home office at 2:47 p.m. on a sunny Tuesday, I keep glancing over my shoulder. The rational part of my brain knows there's nothing there, but rationality doesn't count for much anymore. Not since that night at Riverside Park. I should probably mention that I'm a photojournalist for the local paper. Nothing glamorous, mostly community events, high school sports, that sort of thing. The assignment that brought me to the park that night was supposed to be a simple puff piece about the holiday carnival. You know the type. Happy families, cotton candy, twinkly lights. The kind of wholesome content that fills space between car dealership ads. The carnival had been in town for about a week, and my editor wanted some night shots to capture the magical atmosphere. I remember rolling my eyes when she said that. If I'd known then what I know now, I would have called in sick. I arrived around 8:30 p.m., just as dusk was settling in. The temperature had dropped significantly from the warm afternoon, and a light fog was rolling in from the river. Not unusual for October in our area, but it gave everything a sort of dreamy quality that I actually thought would make for good photos. God, I was so focused on getting the right shots that I ignored all the warning signs. The first thing that struck me as odd was the music. Carnival music is always a bit eerie, but something about it seemed off, like it was playing at the wrong speed or maybe echoing when it shouldn't have been. I kept thinking I could hear laughter mixed in with it, but not the normal shrieks and giggles of kids having fun. This was different, more like someone trying to remember how laughter should sound. I started with some wide shots of the midway, capturing the way the colored lights diffused through the fog. The place wasn't exactly crowded, but there were enough people around that I didn't feel uncomfortable. Not yet, anyway. I remember checking my phone, 8:47 p.m., and calculating how many more shots I needed before I could call it a night. That's when I noticed the carousel. It was set back from the other rides, partially obscured by the fog. Standard carnival carousel, or at least that's what I thought at first. Painted horses moving up and down, mirrors and gold trim, all that classic stuff. But something about it made my skin crawl. I tried to tell myself it was just the fog playing tricks with the lights, but beautiful, isn't it? I nearly jumped out of my skin. The voice came from right behind me, but I hadn't heard anyone approach. When I turned around, I found myself face to face with what I assumed was the operator, an older man in a red uniform that seemed somehow both pristine and impossibly old at the same time. Yeah, I managed to say, trying to calm my racing heart. I'm just getting some photos for the paper. He smiled. At least I think it was a smile. Something about his expression made my stomach turn. You should take a ride, he said. Best view for pictures is from up there. He gestured toward the carousel, and I noticed his hand seemed too pale, like something that had never seen sunlight. Thanks, but I think I can get what I need from here, I replied, already taking a step backward. The carousel was still turning, but I realized I couldn't see any riders, just empty horses moving up and down, their painted eyes reflecting the lights in a way that made them look almost alive. I insist, he said, and his voice had changed. It still sounded pleasant, but there was something underneath it, like static on an old radio. Everyone takes a ride, eventually. I turned to leave. I remember that clearly. I turned and started walking away, but somehow I was moving toward the carousel instead. The fog had grown thicker, and I couldn't see the other rides anymore. Just the carousel, spinning in that strange, silent way. No, not silent. There was that laughter again, coming from everywhere and nowhere at once. My camera was still in my hands, and I raised it almost involuntarily. Through the viewfinder, I saw something that made my blood run cold. The mirrors around the carousel's center column weren't reflecting the empty horses anymore. They showed riders, dozens of them. Some looked like they were screaming, but their faces were blurred, like long exposure photographs. And they were all looking directly at me. I tried to lower the camera, but my fingers wouldn't move. The operator was beside me again. How did he move so fast? And his hand was on my shoulder. His touch felt wrong, like pressure through several layers of thick fabric, even though his hand was directly on my jacket. Your turn, he whispered, and his voice seemed to come from inside my own head. Everyone rides. Eventually. What happened next is confused. I remember the cold. God, it was so cold. The kind of cold that burns. The carousel was moving faster now, but also somehow in slow motion. The horses' painted eyes were following me, their frozen expressions twisting into something else, something hungry. That horrible laughter was getting louder, and I could smell something that reminded me of old pennies and burnt sugar. I don't know how I got away. I have a vague memory of running, of my feet slipping on wet grass, of my camera swinging wildly from its strap. I remember reaching for my phone and seeing that it was 11:23 p.m. Impossible. I'd only been there for a few minutes, hadn't I? When I finally made it to my car, I sat there shaking for what felt like hours, watching the fog swirl in my headlights. I could still hear that music, faint but persistent, even with all the windows rolled up. The next morning, I convinced myself I'd imagined it all. Sleep deprivation, maybe, or some kind of weird panic attack. But then I looked at my camera. Most of the photos were normal, just carnival shots, exactly what my editor wanted. But the last one showed the carousel, empty horses, fog, normal carnival stuff. Except in every mirror, in every reflective surface, there were faces, not blurred this time, crystal clear, and in the front row, sitting rigid on a horse with bared teeth and wild eyes, was me. I called in sick and spent the day doing research. The carnival had been setting up in Riverside Park for as long as anyone could remember, always in October, always for exactly 1 week. And every year, like clockwork, people would go missing. Not many. 1 or 2 per season. Usually dismissed as runaways or drifters. The only connection was that they were last seen at the carnival. I tried to talk to the police, but they looked at me like I was crazy. The carnival had already moved on, right on schedule. No one seemed to remember anything unusual about the carousel or its operator. The missing persons reports I found online started throwing up error messages, and within days, I couldn't find them at all. But I know what I saw. I know what's on that last photo, even though I can't look at it anymore. I keep it in a locked drawer in my desk, and sometimes, late at night, I swear I can hear music coming from it. Carnival music, playing just a little too slow, mixed with that terrible laughter. The carnival will be back next October. It always comes back. And sometimes, when the fog rolls in from the river, I catch myself wondering about those faces in the mirrors. Were they all like me? People who got away? Or were they the ones who didn't? I've been trying to convince myself to destroy the photo, but I can't. It's evidence, proof that I'm not crazy. And maybe, just maybe, it might help someone else understand what's happening before it's their turn to ride. Because he was right, you know. Everyone rides. Eventually. 2 weeks after posting this account, the author was reported missing. Their home was found empty except for an open drawer containing a single photograph. The photo, according to police reports, showed only an empty carnival carousel in heavy fog. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. "Is this a new couch?" I asked. The psychologist looked at the couch. Number, same as always. New chair? No. New glasses? No. Are you the same doctor? The psychologist paused. Yes. He scratched his head and sighed. Father sighed the exact same way often. He opened his desk drawer and pulled out a small rectangular bottle of Jim Beam. He raised the bottle to his lips, avoiding eye contact with me, and took a sip. Then he offered the bottle to me. Take a swig. What? I'm retiring in a week. I'm leaving. Take a swig. I took the bottle of whiskey, unscrewed the cap, and took a sip. This isn't whiskey, I said after swallowing. You're right. It's brandy. You noticed that. You're fine. You overreact. You're a clam. Excuse me? It's all the same to a clam. Shel Silverstein wrote that. Would you call a clam stupid because it doesn't notice when prodded by a fish or stepped on by a human? Maybe. The clam functions well enough. But I'm not a clam. And this wasn't whiskey. I shook my head. I'd guessed that it wasn't whiskey. I had no idea that it was actually brandy. The psychologist must have realized this. I wish he did. You don't think my problem is a problem? I asked. It's not. It's a peculiarity. Nothing more. Your mother's been missing for 6 years and you never noticed. It's unobservant, but not abnormal. Your father has accused you of her murder. I've seen families more dysfunctional. You took the bus here all on your own. You are completely normal. Do not let anyone ever tell you otherwise. The fact that you can't naturally observe is just a peculiarity, and nothing more. I looked around and scratched the cuticles on my thumbs with my pointer fingers. Did you switch my room? Something looks different. It was a bad habit, the cuticle scratching. All of my habits were, I suppose. My cuticles were red and raw with hints of blood. I rested 2 fingers against my lips every once in a while, a habit reminiscent of my time as a smoker. My fingers felt yellow, like the old glow from a night spent binge smoking until 4 in the morning, except my smoking had never been from going out with friends. No, I spent hours at night staring at a certain spot, the coffee shop by the bridge, the park with the lights on the trees, even my own home, wondering what looked different. Nothing felt different. That was the problem. Nothing ever felt different. Not only did we not switch your room, but every room here is exactly the same, said the orderly. So even if we had switched you to a new room, still nothing would look different. The orderly wore white. He had brass skin, and his forearm muscles twitched when he spoke. The hair on his forearms was thick and blonde and looked like a memory of wheat. He had dark eyelashes and a heavy nose that seemed to melt from his face. His baggy white pants looked comfortable. It seemed a shame that wearing them out in a social setting would be abnormal. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. Did the orderly ever wear different pants? When I was 8 or so, while at school, my parents switched my bed for a bunk bed and moved all my older brother's things into my room, I said. Or maybe I switched into his room. He had a lot of things, clothes and furniture, but also posters like that Captain Marvel poster, the one where he looked like he was about to dive back down to Earth from the clouds. He had a lot of stuffed animals and action figures as well. Mostly Captain Marvel stuff. He had a few Wonder Woman toys, but he kept those hidden. I used to tease him and call them Barbies. He would punch me for saying that. I didn't notice when he went off to college. I didn't notice when he came back. I didn't notice that, while he was gone, Father made the empty bedroom his office. I didn't notice Mother was missing. I didn't notice any of those things. Who knows why a butcher needs an office? Either way, I didn't notice. My brother asked where Mother was. I hadn't thought about it until he asked. He and I found out at the same time that she'd been missing for 6 years. My brother and Father had gotten into a fight. He came back all of a sudden, my brother. It all makes me feel stupid. So much happened, and I tell it as it was told to me, not as I experienced it. You're not stupid. That's kind of you to say, orderly. So anyway, My brother insisted I see a psychologist. Father would grimace at me. He would say, even the orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. He would give me steak every day because I don't like change. That line is from a Simon and Garfunkel song. I tried to be skeptical then. I knew I'd always have steak for dinner. I was always skeptical. Am I the only skeptical orangutan around here? Yes. There has been no change in your cage. Not that a change would be easy to notice. I wiggled my toes. I was barefoot because walking the hallways without shoes allowed me to feel the cool tile on my feet. There was something relaxing in pacing a small room barefoot. I shifted my weight and began picking at my eyebrows as I looked around the room. The walls were beige with a horizontal line of blue. The floor, tan tile, details. My psychologist thinks I don't have a problem. You guys think I do. I feel like a caged orangutan that doesn't move. The kind that if you had to describe it, you'd think it was depressed. That's how Father looked at me, like I was a depressed, confined orangutan. The orderly didn't reply. I sighed. So when can I leave here? After the trial, maybe. No, I mean, when will I be fixed? I keep having the feeling you guys are going to test me by making a change in my room and seeing if I notice. We don't do that. We're here to help you, not play tricks on you. You know that, don't you? My psychologist tests me, I said. I tapped my forehead, imagining a conversation where the orderly told me to take control. Unshakable habits beget unfavorable function. Something like that. That's what the psychologist said. I scratched my cuticles and looked at the orderly's pants. Are those Dickies? My pants? Yeah, they look comfortable. Is that an elastic waistband? You have the same pants except yours are blue. I felt my waist. I hadn't given my pants a thought. If someone had blindfolded me, I'd haven't the slightest idea what pants I was wearing. Is that normal? Yeah, everyone here wears the same pants. Sorry, not that. I was thinking that it's strange that I'd have no idea if what I'm wearing is different than normal. Isn't that odd? That's not for me to decide. I'd like to be able to notice change, I said. The orderly scratched his head. The doctor has diagnosed you with neophobia. Do you know what that is? A fear of change. Exactly. But I'm not afraid of change. I just wish I'd notice it naturally. The orderly shook his head as he left the room. I don't know what to tell you, but I believe you. I don't think you murdered your mother. A lawyer looked at me with an eyebrow raised, but also with his nose crinkled a little. So you never noticed your mother's absence, he said. I shook my head. Number Father never mentioned it. I know this is my second day in court, but I'm not sure if you're the same lawyer I spoke to yesterday. The courtroom didn't look like a courtroom. It looked like a room. Yes, the judge sat on a raised platform, but everyone else sat on folding chairs. Yes, the jury sat behind a wooden bar, but the room was carpeted, and there were only 3 people in the audience who all looked vaguely familiar. Everyone looked vaguely familiar when out of context. The lawyer turned to the jury. Why is that something that would need mentioning if you already knew? I didn't know. Are you the same lawyer as last time? I asked. The lawyer raised an eyebrow and turned back to me. I'm not your lawyer. I work for the DA. How did you not know? I thought I already answered this to the other lawyer. Isn't that why the judge sent me to the facility? Don't you already understand? I'm not an orangutan. There was a second lawyer. He nodded at me, a reassuring nod. The district attorney looked confused. I'm sure I looked confused too. The orderly leaned against the frame of the doorway. Tough day in court? I'm just glad to be back, I said. It's comforting here. I like the padded floor and walls. I don't like it out there. I can never shake the feeling that everyone's playing a big trick on me, moving things around and laughing because I don't notice. I hate it when people laugh at me. The orderly had brass skin and thick blonde hair on his arms. He had a heavy nose and dark eyelashes. His forearms were thick like an ape's. He looked familiar, but you could never be too certain. Everyone looked vaguely familiar to me. Are you the... Yes, same as always. Is this the same room? The orderly looked at me curiously. You really don't remember? You even mentioned it to me yesterday. The tan walls with the blue horizontal stripe. Now today, padded walls. So this is a different room, I said, wide-eyed. I began scratching my cuticles. I don't like being surprised by change. I don't have a fear of change. No one likes surprises. Yes, this is a different room, so you don't hurt yourself. Your lawyer's request, actually, says bad news is coming. None of you understand me. Father understands me. He gives me steak every day for dinner and for breakfast. I hate change because I don't notice it. But Father understood. He'd tell me all day that we'd be having steak. Then we'd have steak, and I knew nothing had changed. The orangutans have nothing of which to be skeptical. I knew I'd be having steak. I wouldn't have noticed if one day I didn't, but it was more comforting not having to worry about not noticing a change. Steak every day? I envy you, man. I love steak. Well, after a while he would switch to hamburgers, probably because it was too expensive to give me steak every day. But then we'd go back to steak. We alternated. I didn't like the burgers as much, though. That's understandable. The burgers made me sick sometimes. I wouldn't notice that he'd switch to burgers. They made me sick sometimes with their crunch. That's why I started seeing the psychologist. Why would you see a psychologist for a crunchy hamburger? Oh, not about that. Sorry. I mean, Mother missing for 6 years and I never noticed. That's what I was thinking. That's crazy. I love her. That's why I began seeing the psychologist. When I found out she'd been missing for 6 years and I never noticed. But now I'm here, in this psychiatric facility. Perhaps this is where I belong. I scratched my cuticles with my pointer fingers. Wherever I was, I'd always been there. Whomever I met, I'd always known. Whatever I ate, I'd always eaten. Whatever I'd think, I'd always thought. Not noticing change meant never getting excited, never pleasantly surprised, never owning, never having, just seeing, never observing. I recognized this, but unless I made a conscious effort to observe, everything passed by me unnoticed. That's crazy, said the orderly, but I'm certain you'll be out of here soon. You'll continue seeing your psychologist, and you'll slowly get better. You don't deserve to be here. That much is obvious. Imagine 2 boxes of chocolates, if you will. One is uncovered, one is covered. Both are yours. You would notice immediately if the uncovered had missing chocolate. Missing chocolates from the covered, however, could only be noticed once the cover was removed. This is how the butcher's son lives his life. Every uncovered box in his world is covered. While you or I would notice missing chocolates immediately by just glancing at the box, he wouldn't notice unless he actively wanted a piece of chocolate and it wasn't there. A favorite sofa, even if it were the only piece of furniture in his otherwise empty home, would only be noticed as missing once he intended to sit on it, and not a moment before. The rest of us would notice the second we set foot inside the home. and his father kept feeding him steak. He pointed out the front door of the courtroom for some reason, instead of at me in the witness stand. I guess father was here too somewhere. I hadn't seen him since this case began. The DA stood. Objection. Moved to strike. The other lawyer turned to the judge. It's all about the evidence, Your Honor. The judge looked at both clients. Overruled. I want to see where this goes. Same couch? The psychologist looked at me like I'd covered myself in shit. He didn't reply to my question. He really did not like me. It was the exact same look father always gave me. I'd been released from the psychiatric facility. I wasn't guilty. I did not murder mother. Now both father and mother were missing. I just needed to see my psychologist. The orderly looked apologetic as I'd left. I'd taken the bus straight here. The psychologist always made himself available to me. He felt sorry for me too, I think. Yes, this is the same couch, the psychologist said, sighing. He took a swig from his bottle of Jim Beam. Do you understand what happened in court today? Pity was common. People always felt sorry for me because of my debilitating stupidity. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. They are especially skeptical of the clam. Yes. Apparently father is now the alleged murderer of my mother. I only get to see bits and pieces of the trial when I'm on the stand. But I'm not stupid. I could figure that much out. I still can't believe it. The psychologist stood from his chair and walked to the window. He stared at the parking lot down below. I watched him, wondering what I missed. That's why I hated change. I obviously missed something, but I had no idea what. I missed something. The psychologist's complexion became slightly pale, but also a tinge green, as if he suffered from food poisoning. He turned, grabbed his keys from the desk and coat from the hook by the door. Come with me, he said. This will all be over soon. We're going out for lunch. Lunch? The psychologist held the door open for me. Yes. Let's go. I wrapped my fingernails on the table. Why were we out to lunch at Outback Steakhouse? The waiter approached. What will we be having today? One steak, said the psychologist, for the young man across from me. You're not eating? I asked. Not right now, no. That's all, thanks. The waiter nodded and left. I looked around the restaurant. A giant boomerang hung from the wall. Do Australians actually use that? The psychologist cleared his throat. Do you understand what happened in court? I nodded. Father is wanted for the alleged murder of mother. They think he did it. I didn't do it. Mother's body was never found, so I'm not sure why they think there's a murder to be solved. Maybe she just left. That's what I've been saying. No, she didn't just leave. She was murdered. Your father is guilty. I grimaced. I don't think so. But either way, he's been missing since the verdict. I'm sure he's off trying to find her now. The psychologist spoke slowly. Your father, the butcher, cooked you steak every day? Yes. He understood how I didn't like change. I don't notice it, and it makes me nervous and uncomfortable. He'd tell me we'd have steak, and that I'd always be having steak, and I always did. If he never repeated himself, then one day gave me fish or chicken or something, I'd never notice. I know it doesn't sound like a big deal, but I hate not realizing that something is different. I'm smart enough to realize how brain dead this all makes me. I wish so badly I could notice change, because then I'd be completely normal. But I can't, and I hate that so much. Most messed up people like me can't imagine what they're missing. I can. I can imagine it. I see normal, And no, I'll never be that. But I've accepted that, I guess. The waiter returned and placed the steak in front of me. Is this definitely steak? I asked. The waiter looked at the psychologist and then back at me with a slight grin. He thought I was joking. I wasn't. It's definitely steak. Okay. The psychologist frowned at me. Try it. A strange bubbling grew in my stomach. I began to feel nauseous. I really did not want the steak. It didn't look good at all. It looked weird. I scratched my cuticles. I'm not really hungry. Eat the steak. I really don't want it. I scratched my cuticles harder. The scabs made way for fresh blood. I'm not going to ask again. Eat the steak now. I stared at the psychologist. He glared back at me. I really did not want the steak. Now, he repeated. I begrudgingly stabbed the beef with my fork, cut off a chunk, and placed it in my mouth. Notice anything? He asked as I chewed. I felt nauseous, but forced it down. I placed the fork down and took a large sip of water. I did not want to be here, and I did not want to eat this steak. Of course not. Nothing? I shook my head. Nothing. Take another bite now. What you have there is a T-bone steak. That's an expensive cut, from the short loin and, if the butcher did it right, a tiny piece of the tenderloin. That's my favorite part of the T-bone steak. The psychologist pointed again. Take another bite. I forced myself to pick up the fork, cut off another piece, and chew. It doesn't taste different to you? The nausea subsided. I chewed slower. I suppose I'm enjoying this taste more than I remember enjoying the taste of Father's steak. So you notice a difference. I suppose I do. Yeah. So I'll just tell you exactly what someone without your condition would notice. He would have immediately noticed that the steak he's eating now tastes far different from the steak his father fed him. He would have noticed it looked way different, smelled way different, and even felt way different. He would. Immediately. You never liked your father's steak. That's true. But you like this steak? I kept on eating. Yeah, I guess I do. The psychologist pressed on, his hands clenched on the table, a weird grin on his face. Your mother's body was never found. We can't even be sure that she was murdered. I already told you she was murdered. You never had steak for dinner, the psychologist said. He looked excited. He was smiling. Yes, I did. I had steak for dinner and for breakfast. The psychologist shook his head, smirking. You didn't. You had steak before your mother died, but after she died, Father cooked steak every day. No. The psychologist's smile broadened by the second. He looked deranged now. You never had steak for dinner because you wouldn't know the difference. The orangutans are skeptical of changes in their cages. The clams, well, it's all the same to the clam. Your father killed your mother. Your father killed a lot of people. You had meat for breakfast and dinner, but it wasn't beef. No, it was never beef. Your father had a room, your brother's old room. That room became your mother's. Your father prepared your every meal every day, but it was never steak. I dropped my fork. It clanged on the table. I dropped the knife too. It was hard to breathe now. I missed something. The psychologist began laughing hysterically. He grabbed his mustache and pulled. It came right off. He took off his glasses. I missed something big. It was hard to breathe. He was laughing so hard. You still don't recognize me. You're so stupid. This disguise cost $2. He took a handkerchief out of his pocket and dabbed tears from his eyes. The handkerchief was stained heavily with blood. You never had steak. For dinner you had your psychologist, he said, wagging the handkerchief. And for breakfast, you had your mother. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. Make it a headshot. Shoot me in the temple, aiming slightly downwards. I need the bullet to travel the shortest possible distance through my brain before it hits my hippocampus. If I'm lucky, the sensation of the gunshot ripping through my skull will only last a few decades. As awful as this sounds, you'll be doing me an enormous favor. Death by a headshot, as soon as possible, is vastly better than the alternative. My ordeal started over 10,000 years ago, at 10:15 this morning. I earn extra money by participating in drug trials. I'm a so-called healthy subject who takes experimental drugs to help assess side effects. Once it was a kidney drug. A few times it's been something for blood pressure or cholesterol. This morning they told me the drug I took was a psychoactive substance intended to accelerate brain function. None of the drugs I had tested so far have ever done anything for me, in the recreational sense. In other words, none of the drugs I've tested have given me a killer buzz, or mellowed me out or anything. Maybe I've always ended up the placebo group, but nothing I've tested had affected me at all. Today's drug was different. This shit worked. They gave me a pill at 10:15 and told me to hang out in the waiting room until they called me back for some tests. Only about 30 minutes, the research assistant told me. I flopped onto the waiting room couch and read a few articles from a copy of Psychology Today that was sitting on the coffee table. They hadn't called me back when I finished the Psychology Today, so I picked up a U.S. News and read it cover to cover. Then I read an old Scientific American. What was taking them so damn long? I sluggishly turned my head to look at the wall clock. It was only 10:23 a.m. I had read all 3 magazines in 8 minutes. I remember thinking this was going to be a long day. I was right. The waiting room had a little bookshelf with some used hardcovers on it. When I stood up to walk to the bookshelf, it felt like my legs barely worked. It's not that they were weak. They were just slow. It took a full minute just to stand up off the couch, and another minute to take 2 steps to the bookcase. I scanned the old books on the shelf and picked out a copy of Moby Dick. My arms had the same problems as my legs. Just reaching 1 foot in front of me to grab the book took a long time. I actually got bored, just waiting for my hand to reach the spine of the book. I slogged back to the couch and collapsed onto it in a slow-motion fall that reminded me of the low-gravity hops of astronauts on the moon. I opened Moby Dick, slowly, and began reading. I started with Call Me Ishmael and got as far as Ahab throwing his pipe into the sea, which was all the way to friggin' chapter 30, before they called me back. "How are you feeling?" the research assistant asked me. "I feel slow," I said. "Actually, it's the other way around. Everything seems slow because you're so fast. But my legs, my arms, they're moving in slow motion. Your body seems like it's moving slowly because your brain is fast. Your brain is running 10 or 20 times faster than normal. You are thinking and perceiving reality at an accelerated pace, but your body is still constrained by the laws of biomechanics. Frankly, you're moving much faster than a normal person." She pantomimed a jogging motion. "But your brain is running so much faster right now that even your fast walk seems very slow to you." I thought about my slow motion flop onto the waiting room couch. Even if my muscles had slowed down, my body would still react to gravity the same way. But in the waiting room, I even fell in slow motion. Slow muscles couldn't explain why gravity seemed weaker. My brain was going at warp 10. That's how I managed to read 3 magazines in the first 30 chapters of Moby Dick in 15 minutes. They ran a series of tests on me. The physical tests were fun. They made me juggle 3 balls, then 4, then 6. I had no problem keeping 6 balls in the air because they seemed to be moving so slowly. It was boring, frankly, waiting for each ball to move through its arc so I could catch it with my slow-motion hands and toss it back into the air. They threw Cheerios in the air, and I caught them with chopsticks. They dropped a handful of coins, and I counted the total value before they hit the ground. The cognitive tests were less fun but very illuminating. Finish a 50-word word search, 3 seconds. Solve an intricate maze drawn onto a poster-sized paper, 2 seconds. View a slideshow projected at 10 images per second and answer detailed questions about what I saw, 95% correct. They told me I measured over 250 on the NUP scale. Apparently that's deep into the superhuman range of thinking speeds. Then they sent me home. It'll wear off in a few hours, they said, which will seem like days to you. Try to use the residual effects to get some work done. Catch up on work emails while you're still in high-speed mode. The ride home was horrible. It was only 3 metro stops, and in real-world time it only took about 35 minutes. But in my drug-accelerated hypertime, it felt like days. Days. Just walking out of the medical research suite to the elevator seemed like it took an hour. I sprinted out of the office, willing my legs to push me faster. But the laws of biomechanics held me prisoner. As accelerated as my brain was, I couldn't do anything to make my legs work faster. The huge disconnect between my body and mind made it extremely difficult to judge how and when to slow down, turn, or rotate my body. I had basically turned into giant slow-motion spaz. I misjudged my speed and rammed into the wall by the elevator button at a pretty good speed. Even though I could see the wall coming at me, I couldn't make my finger, outstretched to hit the elevator button, move away fast enough, and I jammed it against the wall. Hard. The pain was intense. If my brain had been running at regular speed, it probably only would have hurt for 30 seconds or so. But in my accelerated state, the intense pain seemed to last for half an hour, 45 minutes maybe. The elevator ride was horrible. It felt like I spent 4 or 5 hours just descending 7 floors, with nothing to look at but the interior of the elevator car. I sprinted to the metro station. I have to admit, this part was almost fun. Even though my body moved at what seemed to me super slow speed, I could still carefully choose how and where to place my feet, swing my arms, and turn my torso. It only took a block or two to getting used to having a brain that ran 24 times faster than my body. Then I basically sprint danced the rest of the way, twisting and juking between people on the sidewalk and dodging moving cars with inches, aka minutes, of clearance. I spent an hour in my time frame descending into the subway and running to the platform. Endless tedium waiting the 6 minutes for the Red Line train to arrive. Although there was more to look at on the metro platform than inside the elevator, it was still intensely boring. I should have stolen that copy of Moby Dick. The Red Line train roared into the station in slow motion. The normally high-pitched squeal of its brakes was frequency shifted by my high-speed mind to a long, low tone, like a monotone tuba solo. It wasn't just the squealing subway train that was 3 octaves lower than normal. All sound was slowed to the point of near inaudibility. Voices were gone, shifted below the threshold frequency of my hearing. I did manage to hear a screaming baby on my subway car. Her shrieks slowed to sound like whale songs. Sharp sounds like a car horns and trucks bouncing over potholes were low, muddied roars like distant thunder. Back at the research offices, I could still hear and communicate with the research staff, but now verbal communication with anyone would be impossible. The effects of the drug were still intensifying. I spent what seemed like days on that fucking Red Line train. Days. Listening to the wail song of the screaming baby and the tuba solo of the brakes. Where ordinary voices were frequency shifted out of my audio range, smells didn't seem to be affected. I never became nose-blind to the body odor, the stench of the train's brakes, and melange of farts and other smells wafting through the metro car. I finally got back to my apartment. Sprinting through my open door and into the front hall at full speed was like a slow, relaxing drift down a lazy river. I was relieved to be home. At least I had stuff I could do there. I picked up the book I was reading, 100 Years of Solitude, and finished it. Despite turning the pages so quickly that I tore many of them, it seemed like most of the time I spent finishing the book was spent on page turning and not actually reading. 3 minutes had passed since I got home. I tried surfing the internet. My God. It takes a long time for computers to boot these days, but it was too frustratingly slow. Hours, seemingly, to load each new page, and a fraction of a second to read it. 100 articles in my news feed read, and just 3 more minutes done. I dipped into my pile of yet-to-be-read books and finished 2 more. 4 more minutes had passed. I decided to try to sleep off the remaining effects of the drug. Unfortunately, whatever part of my mind is responsible for perception, the part that's been accelerated to hyper speeds by the drug, isn't the same as the part that governs sleep. Despite being awake for what I perceived as days, my physical brain still thought it was 1:25 p.m. It was not ready for sleep. Nevertheless, I tried to sleep. I walked to my bedroom, a slow 45-minute drift through my apartment, and flung myself into bed, lazily falling like a feather onto the mattress. I closed my eyes and lay there for hours and hours, 10 minutes of reality time, before giving up. Sleep would not come. I was facing what was going to feel like days, or maybe even weeks of being trapped in a slow-motion prison. So I took an Ambien. The sensation of the pill and the splash of water I used to swallow it, sliding my throat, was sickening. A lump that blocked my breathing, moving like a slug down my esophagus. I read a book. 10 minutes had passed. I read another. 18 minutes since I took the Ambien. I threw the book across the room in disgust at my situation. The book slowly pirouetted and spun through the air like a leaf blowing in a breeze. It hit the wall with a long, faint rumble, the only sound I had had for what seemed like hours, then drifted to the floor like a flip-flop sinking in a swimming pool. The force of gravity hadn't changed since I took the pill. The laws of physics were the same. It was just my perception of time that had gone wackadoo. This meant I could use the speed things seemed to fall as a way of judging the effects of the drug. Based on how long it took the book to drift to the floor, I estimated the effects of the drug were still intensifying. I read a magazine. I turned on the television. I clearly saw each frame of video like I was watching a slideshow. Frustrated, I turned the television off. I read some more. The first 2 books of Churchill's A History of the English-Speaking Peoples. Not exactly a light read. Frankly, I hated it. But given the hours of tedium it would take to go get another book off my bookshelf, just sitting on the couch and reading Churchill was better, or at least less worse. It had now been 35 minutes since I took the Ambien. I lay down on the couch and closed my eyes. Time passed. I inhaled. An hours-long process. Time passed. I exhaled for more hours. Sleep would not come. I needed a new plan. I decided to go back to the offices where they gave me the drug. Maybe they would have something that could counteract its effects, or at least something to knock me out until it wore off. I exited my apartment as fast as possible, taking hours in my time frame to do so. I didn't even bother locking the door. It would have taken too long. Down the stairs, it's faster than the elevator if you run. Through the lobby, out the front door, and onto the street. These few things felt like a long day at the office. Sprinting down the street, dancing and weaving between pedestrians with what must have looked to them superhuman dexterity. Down the first flight of stairs at the metro, across the landing, another hour, then onto the second flight of stairs. That's when the Ambien hit me. The Ambien didn't make me sleepy. Not at all. Instead, it must have had a severe cross-reaction with the experimental drug I took this morning. I was bounding down the second flight of stairs, moving in slow motion, but still making perceptible progress. Then, wham! Everything stopped. The dull roar of the street and metro noise ceased, replaced by the most perfect silence I've ever experienced. My downwards motion seemed to completely freeze. Before the Ambien kicked in, my perception of time was maybe a few hundred times slower than real time. After the Ambien took effect, time moved thousands of times slower. Every second seemed like days to me. Even just moving my eyes to focus on a new point was like an impossibly slow scroll across my visual field. Over the course of the afternoon, I learned how to walk, run, and jump when my mind ran hundreds of times faster than my body. But with another 4 or 5 orders of magnitude of slowdown caused by the Ambien, body control was almost impossible. I fell on the stairs. Even though I was all but frozen in mid-step, controlling my muscles was impossible. I commanded my foot forwards for hours, then backwards for hours more, when it seemed like I would miss the next step. Hours attempting to adjust the angle of my ankle, then readjusting when it felt wrong. Despite these efforts, I rolled my ankle on the next step. The pain wasn't at all mitigated by the slowness. Hours of increasing strain on my bent ankle. The nerve signals that send pain into the brain must work differently than the nerves in my ear. Sonic energy was spread out over time, diluted until it was imperceptible. Pain flowed into my brain undiluted by the change in my perception of time. Hours and hours of increasing weight on my turned ankle turned into hours of increasing pain upon increasing pain. I pitched forwards, my high-speed mind completely unable to control my low-speed body. I drifted downwards for days, managing to rotate my torso enough to keep my head from impacting the ground first. I eventually landed on my right shoulder. At first the impact wasn't even noticeable. Then I felt a slight pressure in my shoulder as it came in contact with the ground. The pressure grew, bringing increasing pain for hour upon hour. My shoulder finally gave out, popping out of its socket with an endless, sickening tug. I came to a stop days later, crumpled onto the ground, staring at the ceiling. The pain in my shoulder still screaming with the intensity of a fresh, violent injury. I had plenty of time to think during that fall. If every second seemed like days to me, then each minute of real-world time would be like years. Even if the drug cleared out of my system in the next 2 or 3 hours, this nightmare would seem to last centuries. By the time I hit the ground, I had a plan. I would somehow get to the platform and throw myself in front of a train. I twisted onto my hands and knees, days of my dislocated shoulder crying for relief. I misjudged my rotation and rolled onto my back. I tried again, collapsing onto my face as I tried to figure out how to control a body that moved slower than grass grew. Weeks of effort were finally rewarded with success. I stabilized on my hands and knees. If just getting on all fours was this difficult, I figured that walking or running was completely out of the question. So I crawled. I crawled through the metro tunnel. The dumb looks on the faces in the crowd lingered on me for weeks. I crawled under the turnstile and onto the escalator. The escalator spilled the rush hour crowd onto the platform at the same speed a glacier spills ice into the sea. I looked out over the crowded platform during my interminable downward ride. The train status sign said the next train wouldn't arrive for 20 minutes. 20 minutes was like a year to me. I'd have to spend a year on the metro platform, waiting to die. I crawled off the escalator, enduring days of stupid expressions on the commuters' faces. I crawled a few feet to a concrete bench and curled up next to it, trying to find a position to lessen the pain in my shoulder. Then my problem with time got worse, impossibly worse. The massive slowdown on the stairs was just the beginning of the interaction between the experimental drug and the Ambien. It fully hit me while I was curled up by the bench. I blinked. Years of darkness followed. Sound was already gone, and with my blink, sight was gone as well. All that existed was the pain from my fall. My hyper-accelerated mind wasted no time compensating for the lack of sensory input. Voices spoke to me. They sung to me in languages that never existed. Patterns and faces and colors came and went in my mind's eye. I recalled my whole life and imagined living another. I forgot English. I settled into a profound despair. I spoke to God. I became God. I imagined a new universe and brought it to life with my thoughts. Then I did it all again, and again. My eyes opened with geologic slowness. A faint glow. Weeks. A slit of light. Weeks. A narrow view of the metro platform, ankles of the commuters near me, and an advertisement on the opposite wall. I extracted my phone from my pocket. A project that spanned decades. How can I even explain the boredom? The pain in my shoulder is nothing compared to the boredom. Every thought I can think, I have thought hundreds of times already. The view of ankles and advertisements never changes. Never. The boredom is so intense it's tangible, like a solid object of metal and stone wedged into my skull. Inescapable. What are my options? If I crawl and fall onto the tracks without an oncoming train to crush me, I won't die. I'll experience even more pain from the 4-foot fall, but I'll most likely be rescued by some do-gooder on the platform and unable to act when the train finally does arrive. My suffering in that scenario will be endless. So I wait for the train, so I can throw myself under it. When it finally hits me, I will experience the pain of being ripped to pieces for centuries, until finally, the light of life leaves my brain, and my experience ends. I've lived hundreds of lifespans at the foot of this bench. I am far older, in spirit, than any human who has ever lived. Most of my life experience has been a snapshot of pain huddled on the floor of a subway platform with an unchanging view of ankles and advertisements. This post is my plan B, my Hail Mary, my long shot. I've spent lifetimes typing and posting this message in the hope that someone will read it and become convinced that my suffering must end. Someone on this platform right now. Someone who will find the man curled under the bench, the man who crawled down the escalator, and kill him as swiftly as possible. A bullet to the temple. If you're armed and at the Glenmont Metro, please shoot me. She's in the house. Find her. If you live in Menifee, CA, and there's a knock at your door tonight, don't answer it. More importantly, don't leave anyone in the house by themselves. Get your phone, call the police, and stay together. I'm writing this as I'm sitting in this police station questioning room as a warning, so that what happened to me last night won't happen to you tonight. I live on my own in suburbia. Nice little neighborhood. The kind of place where kids will be playing out in the street with parents doing yard work when you pull into your driveway. That's exactly how last night began. My girlfriend and I pulled in and got out of the car. We waved to the kids and had a friendly chat with Mrs. Roop next door. This was the kind of life I always imagined, and at 20 I couldn't believe it had already happened for me. We went inside and started our evening. We made dinner. We love cooking together. There's a symmetry between us that just works. We ate, watched some TV downstairs, just a normal night. Once it was time we went upstairs, she started doing her nightly routine. Girls always do in the bathroom, and I just laid in bed, reading pen pal for the 20th time. With the fan going and the water running from the bathroom, I almost didn't hear it. I wish now that the fan was set to 3 instead of 2, because then everything would be different. But no, it was just faint enough for me to hear the sound over everything else. Knock, knock, knock. I reached over and clicked the fan off. I waited for a moment listening. Knock, knock, knock. God damn it, I thought. I put my book down on the nightstand and got up. I grabbed my zip-up off the chair and threw it on. As I walked out of the room, I could hear my girlfriend starting to say something, but I wanted to get rid of whoever was at the door first. I slumped down the stairs a little pissy, thinking that if this was another solicitor trying to sell me glass cleaner, I was going to have a fit. I zipped up the jacket as I flicked the light on next to the front door. I looked through the peephole, but it was pitch black. I flicked the outside light on. Still pitch black. I figured the light bulb had gone out again, as I have had problems with it before. Reluctantly, I twisted the deadbolt and opened the door. Nothing. No one was there. I poked my head out to look around. The yard and driveway were empty. Looking back, I made so many horrible mistakes. I stepped out onto the welcome mat. The streets were empty and silent, minus the hum from the streetlights. I scoffed and figured it was the kids just trying to play a prank. I turned and walked back inside. After relocking the door and heading back for the stairs, I started to have a feeling. Something just didn't feel right in my stomach, and I knew that only one thing was going to put it at ease. Food. I walked down the hallway into the kitchen and flicked on the light. Opening up the fridge, I started to scan the shelves for something quick and easy to eat. I settled on one of those wafer peanut butter and chocolate bars that you can get at the dollar stores. I keep them in the fridge so they don't melt in my hand when I'm eating them. I peeled back the plastic wrapper, and as I was taking my first bite, I noticed something odd out of the corner of my eye. The window above the kitchen sink was open. I'd never opened that window for the entire time I'd lived here. I thought back, trying to remember when it could have happened, and then I recalled her saying that she was feeling really hot while she was doing the dishes. She must have opened it to try and cool off. I walked over and slid it shut and finally made my way back upstairs. I walked back into the bedroom, and the water was still running. I went to the entrance to the bathroom. "Did you say something early?" I began to stay but stopped. The bathroom was empty. Water continued to pour out of the faucet, steam floating up, clinging to the mirror. I stopped the water and turned around to scan the room. She wasn't there. "Amanda?" I called out. No answer. I went to the walk-in closet. Nothing. I started to leave the room, but again something catches my eye. I glanced at my nightstand, and on top of my book was a piece of paper. It was folded in half and set up, making it look like a little tent. I reached out and picked it up. The first thing I obviously saw was the blood. It was a bloody fingerprint on the corner of the paper. My heart started to race. Finally, my brain let my eyes pan over to read what it said, and even now, I wish it wouldn't have. "She's in the house. Find her." I read it, those 6 words, over and over. I looked around the room again, hoping to see Amanda just hiding in the corner snickering like she'd pulled off an amazing prank. But the room was empty. I walked around the room, looking behind chairs, inside the shower, inside the closet. I looked at the bed and felt like a 6-year-old again as I slowly knelt down to look underneath. My hands had apparently been getting sweaty because they kept slipping slightly against the hardwood floor. I bent down and lifted the skirt of the bed. Nothing. Just a couple dust bunnies and an old pair of shoes that I keep meaning to throw out. I stood back up and started to become agitated. My mind didn't know whether this was a joke or if I needed to be terrified. "Amanda!" I yelled. "This isn't funny anymore. Now just come out." Silence. "Look, I'm really freaked out, so stop this." I walked out into the upstairs hallway and quickly went through all the rooms. The spare bedroom, empty. The exercise room, empty. Other upstairs bathroom, empty. I ran downstairs and looked everywhere there too. It was as if she just vanished, and all that was left was this note. I figured that the only thing left to do was to call the police. I ran back upstairs and into the bedroom. The bathroom faucet must have had a leak, because as I entered, I started hearing faint drips of water. I went to the dresser to grab my phone, but it wasn't there. Neither were my keys or wallet. I spun and looked at my nightstand. They weren't there. I grabbed my jeans I wore that day, I was in sweats by now, and checked the pockets. Empty. I threw the jeans on the floor in anger. I stood there for a moment without a clue of what I should do. Drip, drip, drip. I stormed into the bathroom and twisted the knob. Drip, drip. I hit the faucet getting pissed, but then I froze. There was no water in the sink, and the drips sounded further away. I slowly walked back out into the bedroom. Drip, drip. I moved around, trying to determine where it was coming from. As I moved closer to the bed, it got louder. Once again, I slowly dropped to my knees and bent over next to the bed. My hands slowly reached for the bed skirt and lifted it up. For every drip, my heart pounded 50 times. I sank my head down and looked under the bed. And then I saw it, a small pool or red about a foot in front of me, with more dripping down from above. I jumped to my feet and pulled the sheets off the bed. I slid my hands in between the mattress and the box spring, and after a moment of hesitation, I flung the mattress up with everything I had. My throat closed instantly. I couldn't comprehend what was in front of me. My mind would only let me process the image one fraction at a time. At first, I just saw my box spring, sitting inside my bed frame. Then, I saw that there was a huge tear down the middle of the box spring. And then I saw Amanda, inside the box spring, her beautiful face poking out from the tear. Then there was her neck, which was nothing but red. The final thing that my mind let me see appeared. It was right in the center, laying on her stomach. Another note. I couldn't move. Tears were streaming down my face uncontrollably, but I didn't make a sound. My hands began to violently shake and my knees collapsed onto the edge of the box spring. I reached out and pulled Amanda's body up. My girl, my life, my everything. I wrapped my arms around her and started to scream. The note slid off her, hitting the box spring. My hand slowly moved down towards the note, now barely even able to bend my fingers. I somehow managed to grasp the note and bring it up to my eyes. My vision was completely blurred from the tears. I wiped them against my jacket sleeve and looked at the note. Again, there was a bloody fingerprint, but at this point it could have been mine. Everything is hazy from those moments, but the words are forever burned into my memory. They are the reason I am sitting here now, the reason I ran out of my house screaming for help. But where am I? The price of memory. The first time I noticed something was wrong with my daughter. Emma was on a Tuesday morning in October. She was sitting at the kitchen table, methodically arranging her Cheerios into perfect concentric circles, when she looked up at me with those big brown eyes and asked, "Daddy, why do you keep calling me Emma?" I laughed, thinking it was some kind of game. "Because that's your name, silly." She shook her head slowly, her expression unnervingly serious for a 7-year-old. "No, it's not. My name is Sarah." That was the beginning. I dismissed it as a phase. Kids play pretend all the time, right? But over the next few weeks, Emma, or Sarah, or whoever she was becoming, started changing in ways that made my skin crawl. It started small. She refused to wear any of her clothes, claiming they weren't hers. She'd stare at her reflection in mirrors for hours, touching her face like she was trying to recognize herself. She stopped responding to Emma entirely. The worst part? She knew things she couldn't possibly know. One night I found her in the attic, sitting cross-legged in front of an old trunk I'd never seen before. She was holding a yellowed photograph from 1957. "That's me," she said, pointing to a little girl in a white dress standing next to a swing set. "And that's my house on Maple Street before the fire." My blood ran cold. We lived on Oak Drive, and our house had never had a swing set. But when I researched it later that night, my hands shaking as I typed, I discovered that in 1957, a house on Maple Street, just 3 blocks from ours, had burned down. A family of 4 had died in the fire. Their youngest daughter was named Sarah. The changes accelerated after that. Emma's handwriting transformed overnight into an elegant cursive that no second grader should know. She hummed songs from the 1950s that I'd never taught her. She spoke about things that happened decades before she was born with the vivid detail of personal memory. I took her to doctors, therapists, specialists. They ran tests, prescribed medications, suggested psychological evaluations. Nothing helped. With each passing day, my daughter seemed to fade away, replaced by something else. Then came the night that changed everything. I woke up at 3:17 a.m. to the sound of piano music drifting up from our living room. We didn't own a piano. Heart pounding, I crept downstairs, following the haunting melody of a song I didn't recognize. Emma sat at an ancient upright piano that definitely hadn't been there when I went to bed. Her small fingers danced across the yellowed keys with the skill of a seasoned musician. She wore a white nightgown I'd never seen before, her long dark hair falling in waves down her back. "Sarah?" I whispered, the name feeling foreign on my tongue. She stopped playing but didn't turn around. "You finally understand, don't you, Mr. Collins?" "My name isn't Collins, it's Martinez." "Where's Emma?" I asked, my voice breaking. "Emma's gone," she said simply. "She let me in and now she's gone. Children are so much more accepting of us than adults. They don't fight the transition like grown-ups do." "Us?" The word felt like ice in my mouth. She turned then, and I staggered backward. Her face was Emma's, but her eyes were ancient, filled with a darkness that no child's eyes should hold. "We're the ones who got interrupted," she said, her voice carrying an accent I couldn't place. "The ones who didn't get to finish. Some of us were taken by disease, others by accident, some by violence. But we all had one thing in common. We weren't done. We had so much left to do, to experience, to be. I wanted to run, to scream, to wake up from this nightmare, but I couldn't move." "Emma was perfect," she continued, running her fingers along the piano keys without pressing them. "So young, so full of potential. All that blank canvas, just waiting to be filled. She was lonely, you see. After her mother died, she felt incomplete. That's when I found her. The mention of Julie, my late wife, snapped me out of my paralysis. "What did you do to my daughter?" I demanded. Sarah, Emma smiled, and it was the most terrifying thing I'd ever seen. "I didn't do anything she didn't allow. She welcomed me, just like the others welcomed us." "Others?" She gestured toward our front window. Outside, in the pre-dawn darkness, I saw lights on in houses up and down our street. And in every window there were children, dozens of them, all standing perfectly still, all staring toward our house, all wearing white. "You see, Mr. Collins," she said, turning back to the piano, "there are so many of us waiting, and so many lonely children willing to share their space. It's happening everywhere. A great restoration, a second chance for those of us who were interrupted." She began to play again, the same haunting melody. "You should be grateful," she said over the music. "Emma was chosen. She's special. And now she'll never be alone." I ran out of the house that night and never went back. I couldn't bear to see whatever was wearing my daughter's face, using her hands, living her life. The police found nothing wrong, of course. The piano had vanished. The other children denied standing in their windows. Parents insisted everything was normal, but it wasn't normal. Nothing would ever be normal again. That was 5 years ago. I've been tracking similar cases ever since. Children who suddenly change, who know things they shouldn't, who seem to become different people overnight. The pattern is always the same. A lonely child, usually one who's experienced loss or trauma, suddenly transformed. Their parents either accept the change, convince themselves nothing is wrong, or disappear. I've found hundreds of cases now all across the country. Some of the children speak languages they never learned. Others demonstrate skills they couldn't possibly have acquired. All of them insist they're someone else, someone who died long ago. Last week, I received an email from a woman in Seattle. Her 10-year-old son had started calling himself William and speaking with a British accent. He could suddenly play chess at a master level and talked about fighting in World War II. She was terrified. I warned her to run, to get as far away from him as she could, but she didn't listen. No one ever listens. Yesterday, I found her obituary online, apparent heart attack. Her son William has gone to live with relatives. Another interruption, another completion, and the numbers keep growing. I'm writing this now because people need to know. They need to understand what's happening to our children. The invasion isn't coming from above or below. It's coming from the past, from all the unfinished lives seeking completion. And our children, our precious, vulnerable children, are opening the door. Watch your children closely. Notice how they change. Listen to what they say. And if they start talking about who they used to be, run. Run as fast and as far as you can. Because by the time they start calling themselves by a different name, it's already too late. I know this because last night I saw Emma again. She was on the national news, a piano prodigy giving her first concert at Carnegie Hall. She still looks exactly like my daughter, but her eyes, those ancient, knowing eyes, they stared right through the camera, right at me. And she smiled. The reporter mentioned that she lives with her father, Michael Collins, a proud single dad who supported her remarkable talent from the beginning. He looks exactly like me, stands like me, even has my laugh. But his eyes are wrong too. They found me, you see. They found me because I knew too much, asked too many questions. And now, someone else is living my life, raising my daughter who isn't my daughter, while I'm here, in this new body, writing this warning. I don't know how much longer I'll be able to remember who I really am. The old memories are fading, replaced by new ones that don't belong to me. Soon, I'll probably forget I ever had a daughter named Emma. I'll forget I was ever anyone else. But before that happens, I need you to understand something. This isn't a story. This isn't fiction. This is a warning. Look at your children. Really look at them. Are they still yours? Are you still you? And if you're reading this, Emma, Sarah, Whoever you are now, I want you to know that I remember. I remember the way you used to laugh. I remember how you loved strawberry ice cream and hated green peppers. I remember how you used to crawl into my bed during thunderstorms. I remember you, Emma, the real you. I remember. Who am I again? The following was found scrawled on the back of the last page. Hello, Mr. Martinez. Or should I say, Mr. Thompson? Don't worry about Emma. She's happy now. We're all happy now. And soon, everyone will be exactly who they were meant to be. Won't that be wonderful? Note from the editor. This manuscript was found in a rented room in Boston, Massachusetts. The tenant, who identified himself as James Thompson, had paid for 6 months in advance, but disappeared after just 3 weeks. The landlord reported that in the days before his disappearance, Thompson had covered the walls with hundreds of photographs of children, each labeled with 2 names and 2 dates of death. The police investigation found no evidence of foul play, and the case was closed. Thompson's current whereabouts are unknown. Interestingly, during the investigation, detectives discovered that Thompson's fingerprints matched those of a David Martinez, a man who had gone missing 5 years earlier after claiming his daughter had been replaced. Martinez's body was never found. The daughter in question, Emma Martinez, now performs internationally as a classical pianist under the name Sarah Collins. When asked about this manuscript, she smiled and said she had no comment. Her eyes, the interviewer noted, seemed much older than her 12 years. Sleep well, dear reader, and remember, children aren't the only ones who can be replaced. Epilogue. 3 days after this story was submitted for publication, the editor who received it resigned unexpectedly. Her replacement, a woman who bears a striking resemblance to her but insists they've never met, approved it for immediate release. The original editor's whereabouts are currently unknown. Her young daughter, however, has recently shown a remarkable aptitude for editorial work. She has her mother's eyes. Or does she? The morning commute. I've been trying to write this down for 3 days now. My hands still shake when I think about it, but I need to document what happened while the details are fresh. Maybe someone can make sense of it, because I sure can't. I keep checking news sites and local forums, but there's nothing. Just the usual traffic reports and weather updates. It started last Wednesday. Nothing special about that morning. Just another dreary February commute. I remember being annoyed because my travel mug was leaking slightly, leaving little brown rings on my center console. The heat was blasting to fight off the 28-degree chill, making that plasticky new car smell more noticeable than usual in my recently leased Civic. I always take the back roads to avoid I-95 traffic. There's this stretch of Route 27 that winds through the woods for about 4 miles before connecting to the industrial park where I work. Usually I zone out on autopilot there, just following the gentle curves while my mind wanders to the day ahead. But something felt off that morning, even before anything actually happened. The first thing I noticed was the radio. I always listen to NPR during my morning drive. Helps me feel somewhat informed about the world. But around 7:45 a.m., right as I was entering that wooded stretch, the signal started cutting out. Not unusual for that area, but this was different. Between bursts of static, I could swear I heard what sounded like backward speech. Not garbled nonsense, but actual words being played in reverse. I tried changing stations, but they were all doing it. I switched the radio off, deciding to drive in silence rather than deal with the unsettling noise. That's when I noticed how quiet everything was. No wind in the trees, no birds. Even my engine seemed muffled, like someone had thrown a heavy blanket over the car. The morning fog was thicker than usual, too, clinging to the road in a way that made the yellow lines look like they were floating. I checked my phone. No signal, which wasn't completely unusual for that stretch, but the time display caught my eye. 7:47 a.m. I distinctly remember because I had just checked it 2 minutes earlier when the radio started acting up. Still 7:47 a.m. I watched for another 30 seconds or so. Still 7:47 a.m. The seconds weren't moving. My rational brain kicked in. Obviously, the phone's frozen. Force restart it later. But my skin was starting to prickle. That animal instinct that tells you something's wrong before your conscious mind can process why. I pressed the accelerator a little harder, wanting to get through the woods and back to civilization. That's when I saw the first one. At first I thought it was just a trick of the fog, a darker patch that seemed to be moving wrong. You know how fog usually drifts with the wind? This patch was moving perpendicular to the rest, like it was cutting through it. As I got closer, it resolved into what looked like a person walking alongside the road. Nothing inherently scary about that, except they were walking backwards. Perfect fluid backward steps, like a video being rewound. And they were wearing what looked like business casual clothes, slacks, button-up shirt. But the fabric was wrong. It rippled and shifted like static on an old TV, black and white pixels constantly rearranging themselves. I gripped the steering wheel harder, my knuckles going white. Just someone exercising in weird athletic wear, I told myself. One of those recovery suits with the electronic muscle stimulation or whatever. But even as I thought it, I knew that wasn't right. As I passed them, they turned their head to track my car. That's when my heart nearly stopped. Where their face should have been, there was just more static. Not blank skin, not a mask, but a void of shifting black and white pixels, like a TV tuned to a dead channel. I looked straight ahead, pressing the accelerator harder. Don't acknowledge it. You're tired, you're imagining things, just get to work. But in my peripheral vision, I could see more dark shapes emerging from the fog. 3, then 7, then dozens, all walking backwards along both sides of the road. All wearing those business casual clothes that weren't quite clothes, all turning their static-filled faces to watch my car pass. The air in the car felt thick, like trying to breathe underwater. My ears popped like I was changing altitude, and the engine noise became even more distant. The forest beyond the figures was wrong too. The trees looked like cardboard cutouts, flat and artificial. When I blinked, they seemed to shift position slightly, like a glitching video game trying to render a scene. I reached for my phone to try recording what I was seeing, but my hands were shaking so badly I dropped it between the seats. When I glanced down for a split second to grab it, I heard a sound that I still can't properly describe, like a dial-up modem screaming through a meat grinder, but deeper, more organic. I looked up and immediately slammed on the brakes. One of them was standing in the middle of the road facing my car, not walking backwards like the others, just standing perfectly still. It was closer than any of the others had been, close enough to see details I wish I hadn't noticed. Its clothes weren't just shifting patterns, they were flowing upwards, like water running in reverse, and there were gaps in it. Places where the static cleared for a fraction of a second, showing something underneath that my brain refuses to properly process. Something geometric but non-Euclidean, folding in on itself in ways that shouldn't be possible. I sat there, engine idling, hands frozen on the wheel, staring at this thing through my windshield. It cocked its head at an angle that went slightly too far, like a bird but wrong. The static of its face started forming patterns, almost like it was trying to mimic my features. That's when I noticed the temperature display on my dashboard, 77.7 degrees. The same numbers kept flickering over and over, even though I could see my breath fogging in the freezing air. The clock read 7:47 a.m. The odometer was stuck on 7,177.7 miles. That's when I did something either very brave or very stupid. I laid on the horn. The sound came out distorted, stretched, and warped, like it was being played at quarter speed. But it had an effect. The figure in the road spasmed, its form glitching violently, and then it moved. Not stepped or walked, but moved, like a video file corrupting. One frame it was in the road, the next it was beside my car, hand pressed against my driver's side window. The static of its face pressed close to the glass, forming and reforming into almost recognizable patterns. Was it trying to communicate? Trying to get in? I didn't wait to find out. I slammed the accelerator and swerved around where it had been standing. My tires found purchase on the wet asphalt and I shot forward, engine finally roaring at its proper volume. In my rearview mirror, I could see all of them turning to watch me go. Their movements jerky and wrong, like stop-motion animation at too few frames per second. The fog began to thin. My phone suddenly chimed with a dozen delayed notifications. The radio burst back to life mid-sentence, some story about local council elections. The clock jumped to 8:15 a.m. The temperature reading settled back to a realistic 29 degrees. Everything was normal again. I pulled into the first gas station I saw, hands trembling so badly I could barely put the car in park. The morning commuters filling their tanks and buying coffee gave me odd looks. I must have seemed crazy, sitting there hyperventilating in my car. When I finally got my breathing under control, I checked my phone. The photos I tried to take were corrupted, just blocky digital artifacts and strange patterns. But I did find something else. In my podcast app's recently played history, there was an entry from 7:47 a.m. It's just 30 seconds of what sounds like white noise, but if you play it backwards and adjust the speed, it almost sounds like words. I uploaded it to my computer and ran it through some audio software, but I still can't make out what it's saying. I called out sick that day, drove home taking the interstate, even though it added 40 minutes to my journey. I've been taking that route ever since, even though it means leaving an hour earlier and sitting in traffic. Better than the alternative. But here's the thing that really keeps me up at night. I decided to do some research into that stretch of Route 27. Found some old forum posts and local news articles. Over the past decade, there have been an unusually high number of single-car accidents there, always between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. The police reports all read similarly. Driver lost control of vehicle. No obvious cause determined. Driver claimed mechanical malfunction, but no evidence found. And the victims? All commuters, all wearing business casual. I keep telling myself there must be a logical explanation. Bad cell reception and a frozen phone, fog playing tricks on my eyes, stress and an overactive imagination. But yesterday, I was reviewing some old work emails and I noticed something that made my blood run cold. Every email I've ever sent between 7:45 and 7:50 a.m. is corrupted. The text is replaced with strings of sevens and static characters. The timestamps are all stuck at 7:47 a.m. I have to drive to my sister's wedding next week. It's a 6-hour trip and I've mapped 3 different routes. They all intersect with Route 27 at some point. I don't know what I'm going to do, but if you're reading this, and you commute through wooded areas in the early morning, do yourself a favor. Check your clock when the fog rolls in, and if it ever gets stuck at 7:47 a.m., don't stop driving. Don't look at the shapes in the mist, and whatever you do, don't honk your horn. They might just honk back. Boxes. I spent the summer before my first year of elementary school learning how to climb trees. There was one particular pine tree right outside my house that seemed almost designed for me. It had branches that were so low I could easily grab them without a boost, and for the first couple days after I first learned how to pull myself up, I would just sit on the lowest branch, dangling my feet. The tree was outside our back fence and was easily visible from the kitchen window, which was just above the sink. Before too long, my mother and I developed a routine where I would go play on the tree when she washed the dishes because she could easily see me while she did other things. As the summer passed, my abilities grew, and before too long I was climbing fairly high. As the tree got taller, its branches not only got thinner, but more widely spaced, and so I eventually reached a point where I couldn't actually climb any higher, and so the game had to change. I began to concentrate on speed, and in the end I could reach my highest branch in 25 seconds. I got too confident, and one afternoon I tried to step from a branch before I had firmly grasped the next one. I fell about 20 feet and broke my arm really badly in 2 places. My mom was running toward me yelling, and I remember her sounding like she was underwater. I don't remember what she said, but I do remember being surprised by just how white my bone was. I was going to start kindergarten with a cast and wouldn't even have any friends to sign it. My mom must have felt terrible, because the day before I started school, she brought home a kitten. He was just a baby and was striped with tan and white. As soon as she put him down, he crawled into an empty case of soda that was sitting on the floor. I named him Boxes. Boxes was only an outside cat when he escaped. My mom had him declawed so he wouldn't destroy the furniture. So as a result, we did our best to keep him inside. He'd get out every now and then, and we'd find him somewhere in the backyard chasing some kind of bug or lizard, though he could hardly ever catch one because he had no front claws. He was pretty evasive, but we'd always catch him and carry him back inside. He'd scramble to look back over my shoulder. I told my mom that it was because he was planning his strategy for next time. Once inside, we'd give him some tuna fish, and he came to learn what the sound of the can opener might signal. He'd come running whenever he heard it. This conditioning came in handy later because toward the end of our time in that house, Boxes would get out much more often and would run under the house into the crawl space where neither of us wanted to follow because it was cramped and probably crawling with bugs and rodents. Ingeniously, my mom thought to hook the can opener to an extension cord out back and run it right outside the hole that Boxes had gone through. Eventually he would emerge with his loud meows, looking excited by the sound, and then horrified at how we could run such a cruel ruse on him. A can opener with no tuna made no sense to Boxes. The last time he escaped to under the house was actually our last day in it. My mom had put the house on the market and we had begun packing our things. We didn't have much, and we stretched the packing out a while, though I had already packed up all my clothes at my mom's request. My mom could tell I was really sad about moving and wanted the transition to be smooth for me, and I guess she thought that having my clothes in the box would reinforce the idea that we were moving, but things wouldn't change that much. When Boxes got out as we were loading some things into the moving van, my mom cursed because she had already packed the can opener and wasn't sure where it was. I pretended to go look for it so I wouldn't have to go under the house, and my mom, probably completely aware of my little scam, moved one of the panels and crawled in. She came out with Boxes pretty quickly and seemed pretty unnerved, which made me feel even better about getting out of it. My mom made some phone calls while I packed a little more, and then she came into my room and told me that she had spoken to the realtor and we were going to start moving into the other house that day. She said it like it was excellent news, but I had thought we had more time in the house. She originally said that we weren't moving until the end of the next week, and it was only Tuesday. What's more, we weren't completely finished packing. But my mom said sometimes it was just easier to replace things than pack them and haul them all over the city. I didn't even get to grab the rest of my boxed clothes. I asked if I could call Josh to say bye, but she said that we could just call him from our new house. We left in the moving van. I managed to stay in touch with Josh for years, which is surprising since we no longer went to the same school. Our parents weren't close friends, but they knew that we were, and so they would accommodate our desire to see one another by driving us back and forth for sleepovers, sometimes every weekend. For Christmas one year, our parents even pooled their money and got us some really nice walkie-talkies that were advertised to work across a range that extended past the distance between our houses. They also had batteries that could last for days if the walkie-talkie was on, but not used. They would only occasionally work well enough that we could talk across the city, but when we stayed over, we'd use them around the house, talking in mock radio speak that we had taken from movies, and they worked great for that. Thanks to our parents, we were still friends when we were 10. One weekend, I was staying over at Josh's, and my mom called me to say goodnight. She was still pretty watchful even when she couldn't actually watch me, but I had gotten so used to it that I didn't even notice it, even if Josh did. She sounded upset. Boxes was missing. This must have been a Saturday night because I had spent the night at Josh's the previous night and was going to go home the next day because we had school on Monday. Boxes had been missing since Friday afternoon. I gathered that she had not seen him since returning home after dropping me off. She must have decided to tell me he was missing, because if he didn't come home before I did, then I would be devastated at not only his absence, but how she could have kept it from me. She told me not to worry. He'll come back. He always does. But Boxes didn't come back. 3 weekends later, I stayed at Josh's again. I was still upset about Boxes, but my mom told me that there had been many times when pets had disappeared from home for weeks or even months, only to return on their own. She said they always knew where home was and would always try to get back. I was explaining this to Josh when a thought hit me so hard that I interrupted my own sentence to say it aloud. What if Boxes thought of the wrong home? Josh was confused. What? He lives with you. He knows where his home is. But he grew up somewhere else, Josh. He was raised in my old house a couple neighborhoods away. Maybe he still thinks of that place as home, like I do. Oh, I get it. Well, that'd be great. We'll tell my dad tomorrow and he'll take us over there so we can look. No, he won't, man. My mom said that we could never go back to that place because the new owners wouldn't want to be bothered. She said that she told your mom and dad the same thing. Josh persisted. Okay, then we'll just go out exploring tomorrow and make our way to your old house. No. If we get spotted, your dad will find out, and then so will my mom. We have to go there ourselves. We have to go there tonight. It didn't take that much convincing to get Josh on board, since he was usually the one to come up with ideas like this. But we had never snuck out of his house before. It actually turned out to be incredibly easy. The window in his room opened to the backyard, and he had a latched wooden fence that wasn't locked. After those 2 minor hurdles, we slipped off into the night, flashlight and walkie-talkies in hand. There were 2 ways to get from Josh's house to my old house. We could walk on the street and make all the turns, or go through the woods, which would take about half the time. It would have taken about 2 hours to walk there, taking the street, but I suggested that we go that way anyway. I told him it was because I didn't want to get lost. Josh refused and said that if we were seen, they might recognize him and tell his dad. He threatened to go home if we didn't just take the shortcut, and I accepted it because I didn't want to go by myself. Josh didn't know about the last time I walked through these woods at night. The woods were much less creepy with a friend and a flashlight, and we were making pretty good time. I wasn't entirely sure where we were, but Josh seemed confident enough, and that bolstered my morale. We passed through a particularly thick patch of tangled trees when the strap on my walkie-talkie got caught on a branch. Josh had the flashlight, and so I was struggling to get the walkie free when I heard Josh say, "Hey man, want to go for a swim?" I looked over to where he was shining the flashlight, though I closed my eyes as I did, because I now knew where we were. He was pointing at the pool float. This was where I had woken up in these woods all those years ago. I felt a lump in my throat and the sting of fresh tears in my eyes as I continued to struggle with the walkie. Frustrated, I yanked on it hard enough to break it free, and I turned and walked to Josh, who had partially laid down on the pool float in a mock sunbathing pose. As I walked toward him, I stumbled and nearly fell into a fairly large hole that was sitting in the middle of this small clearing, but I regained my balance and stopped right at its edge. It was deep. I was surprised by the size of the hole, but more surprised by the fact that I didn't remember it. I realized it must not have been there that night, because it was in the same spot where I had awoken. I put it out of my mind and turned to Josh. "Quit messing around, man. You saw I was stuck over there, and you were just laying here joking around on this float." I punctuated the sentence with a kick to an exposed part of the float. A screeching rose from it. Josh's smile inverted. He suddenly looked terrified and was struggling to get off the float, but he couldn't in a quick manner due to the awkward way he had been laying on it. Each time he would fall back on the float, the screeching would intensify. I wanted to help Josh, but I couldn't move myself any closer. My legs wouldn't cooperate. I hated these woods. I picked up the flashlight that he had thrown in his thrashing and shined in on the float, not knowing what to expect. Finally, Josh got off the float and rushed next to me, looking at where I was shining the light. Suddenly, there it was. It was a rat. I started laughing nervously, and we both watched the rat run into the woods, taking the screeches with it. Josh lightly punched me in the arm, the smile slowly returning to his face, and we continued walking. We quickened our pace and made it out of the woods faster than we thought we would, and we found ourselves back in my old neighborhood. The last time I had rounded the bend ahead, I had seen my house fully illuminated, and all the memories of what transpired came flooding back. I felt a skipping in my heart as we were finally turning the corner and about to face the full view of my house, remembering last time how incandescent it was. But this time all the lights were off. From a distance I could see my old climbing tree, and as my mind traced the steps of causality backward, I realized that I wouldn't back here this night if that tree hadn't grown, and I was briefly in awe of how all events were like that. As we got closer, I could see that the lawn looked terrible. I couldn't even guess when it had last been mowed. One of the shutters had partially broken loose and was rocking back and forth in the breeze, and overall the house just looked dirty. I was sad to see my old home in such a state of disrepair. Why would my mom care if we bothered the new owners if they cared so little about where they lived? And then I realized there were no new owners. The house was abandoned, though it looked simply forsaken. Why would my mom lie to me about our house having new people in it? But I thought that this was actually a good thing. It would be easier to look around for boxes if we didn't have to worry about being spotted by the new family. This would make it much quicker. Josh interrupted my thoughts as we walked through the gate and up to the house itself. "Your old house sucks, dude," Josh yelled as quietly as he could. "Shut up, Josh. Even like this, it's still nicer than your house." "Hey, man. Okay. I think boxes is probably under the house. One of us has to go under and look, but the other should stay next to the opening in case he comes running out." "Are you serious? There's no way I'm going under there. It's your cat, man. You do it." "Look, I'll game you for it, unless you're too scared," I said, holding my fist over my upturned palm. "Fine, but we go on shoot, not on 3. It's rock, paper, scissors, shoot, not 1, 2, 3. I know how to play the game, Josh. You're the one who always messes up. And it's 2 out of 3. I lost. I wiggled loose the panel that my mom would always move when she had to crawl under here for boxes. She only had to do it a couple of times since the can opener trick usually worked, but when she had to do it, she hated it, especially that last time. And as I looked into the darkness of the crawl space, I had a greater appreciation for why. Before we moved, she said that it was actually better that boxes ran under here, despite how hard it could be to get him out. It was less dangerous than him jumping over the fence and running around the neighborhood. All that was true, but I was still dreading doing this. I grabbed the flashlight and the walkie and began to crawl in. A powerful smell overtook me. It smelled like death. I turned on my walkie. "Josh, are you there? This is Macho Man, come back." "Josh, cut it out. There's something wrong down here." "What do you mean?" "It stinks. It smells like something died." "Is it boxes?" "I really hope not." I set down the walkie and moved the flashlight around as I crawled forward. Looking through the hole from the outside, you could see all the way back with the right lighting, but you had to be inside to see around the support blocks that held the house up. I'd say that there was about 40% of the area that you couldn't see unless you were actually in the crawl space. But even inside, I discovered that I could only see directly where the flashlight was pointing. I realized that this would make scouting around the place much more difficult. As I moved forward, the smell intensified. The fear was growing in me that boxes had come here and something had happened to him. I shined the flashlight around but couldn't see much of anything. I wrapped my fingers around a support block to pull myself forward, and as I did that, I felt something that made my hand recoil. Fur. My heart sank, and I prepared myself emotionally for what I was about to see. I crawled slowly so I could prolong what I knew was coming, and I inched my eyes and the flashlight past the block to see what was on the other side. I staggered back in horror. "Jesus Christ!" escaped my trembling mouth. It was a hideous and twisted creature, badly decomposed. Its skin had rotted away on its face, so the teeth appeared to be enormous, and the smell was unbearable. "What is it? Are you okay? Is it boxes?" I reached for the walkie. No, it's not boxes." "Well, what the hell is it then?" "I don't know." I shined the light on it again and looked at it with less fear in my vision. I chuckled. "It's a raccoon!" "Well, keep looking. I'm going to go into the house to see if he might have made it in there somehow." "What?" "Number Josh, don't go in there. What if Boxes is down here and runs out?" "He can't." I put the board back. I looked and saw that he was telling the truth. "Why'd you do that?" "Don't worry, man. You can move it easy. This makes more sense. If Boxes ran out and I missed him, then he'd be gone. If he's down there, then grab him tight and I'll come move the board. And if he's not, then you can move it yourself while I look in the house." Some of his points were good, and I doubted he'd be able to get in anyway. Okay, but be careful and don't touch anything. There's a bunch of my old clothes still in boxes in my room. You can look in there to see if he crawled in one, and make sure to bring your walkie. Roger that, good buddy. I realized that it would be pitch black in there. The power would have been turned off since no one was paying the bill. With any luck, he'd be able to see from the street lights that might cast some light inside. Otherwise, I'm not sure what he'd do. Before too long, I heard footsteps right over my head and felt old dirt raining down on me. Josh, is that you? Tsk, breaker. This is Macho Man coming back for the big tango foxtrot. The eagle has landed. What's your 20, Princess Jasmine? Over. Asshole. Macho Man, my 20 is in your bathroom looking at your stash of magazines. Looks like you've got a thing for dudes' butts. What's the report on that? Over. I could hear him laughing without the walkie, and I started laughing too. I had the footsteps fade away a little. He was on his way to my room. Man, it's dark in here. Hey, are you sure you had boxes of clothes in here? I don't see any. Yeah, there should be a couple boxes in front of the closet. There aren't any boxes in here. Let me check to see if you maybe put the boxes in the closet before you left. I started thinking that maybe my mom had come back and gotten the clothes and just given them away because I had outgrown a lot of them. But I remembered leaving the boxes there. I didn't even have time to close the last one up before we left. While I was waiting for Josh to tell me what he found, I kicked out my leg, which had started falling asleep because of the position I was in, and it hit something. I looked back and saw something really strange. It was a blanket, and all around it there were bowls. I crawled a little closer to it. The blanket smelled moldy, and most of the bowls were empty, but one had something that I recognized still in it. Cat food. It was a different kind than we gave to boxes, but I suddenly understood. My mom had set up a little place for boxes to encourage him to come here instead of running around the neighborhood. That made a lot of sense, and it seemed even more likely that boxes would have come back to this place. That's so cool, Mom, I thought. I found your clothes. Oh, cool. Where were the boxes? Like I said, there are no boxes. Your clothes are in your closet. They're hanging up. I felt a chill. This was impossible. I had packed all my clothes. Even though we weren't supposed to move for another 2 weeks when we left, I remember packing them and thinking that it was stupid for me to have to get clothes out of the box and put them back in. I had packed them, but someone had hung them back up. Why, though? Josh needed to get out of there. That can't be right, Josh. They're supposed to be in boxes. Stop messing around and just come back outside. No joke, man. I'm looking at them. Maybe you just thought that you left them. Haha. Wow. You sure like to look at yourself, don't you? What? What do you mean? Your walls, man. Haha. Your walls are covered in Polaroids of yourself. There are hundreds of them. What did you hire someone to? Silence. I checked my walkie to see if I had switched it off somehow. It was fine. I could hear footsteps but couldn't tell exactly where Josh was going. I waited for Josh to finish his sentence, thinking that his finger had just slipped off the button, but he didn't continue. He seemed to be stomping around the house now. I was just about to radio him when he came back. There's someone in the house. His voice was hushed and broken. I could hear he was on the verge of tears. I wanted to respond, but how loud was his walkie turned up? What if the other person heard it? I said nothing and just waited and listened. What I heard were footsteps, heavy, dragging footsteps, and then a loud thud. Oh, God! Josh! He had been found, I was sure of it. This person had found him and was hurting him. I broke out in tears. He was my only friend next to boxes. And then I realized, what if Josh told him I was under here? What could I possibly do? As I struggled to compose myself, I thankfully heard Josh's voice through the walkie. He's got something, man. It's a big bag. He just threw it on the floor. And, oh God, man. The bag, I think it just moved. I was paralyzed. I wanted to run home. I wanted to save Josh. I wanted to go for help. I wanted so many things, but I just lay there, frozen. As I lay unable to move, my eyes focused on the corner of the house that was right under my room. I moved my flashlight. My breath hitched at what I saw. Animals, dozens of them, all of them dead. They lay in piles all around the perimeter of the crawl space. Could boxes be among these corpses? Was this what the cat food was for? Seeing this broke my shock, as I knew I had to get out of there, and I scrambled to the board. I pushed on it, but it wouldn't budge. I couldn't move it because it was wedged in there, and I couldn't get my fingers around it since the edges were outside. I was trapped. "God damn you, Josh," I whispered to myself. I could feel thunderous footsteps above me. The house was shaking. I heard Josh scream, and it was matched by another scream that wasn't full of fear. As I continued pushing, I felt the board move, but I knew it wasn't me who was moving it. I could hear footsteps above me and in front of me, and shouting and screaming, filling the brief silences between the footsteps. I moved back and held my walkie ready to try to defend myself, and the board was thrown to the side and an arm shot in and grabbed for me. "Let's go, man. Now." It was Josh. Thank God. I scrambled out of the opening holding the flashlight and the walkie. When we got to the fence, we both jumped it, but Josh's walkie fell. He reached for it and I told him to forget it. We had to move. Behind us I could hear yelling, though they weren't words, only sounds. And we, perhaps foolishly, ran for the woods to get back to Josh's quicker and be somewhat harder to follow. The whole way through the woods, Josh kept yelling, "My picture! He took my picture!" But I knew the man already had Josh's picture from all those years ago at the ditch. I suppose Josh still thought those mechanical sounds were from a robot. We made it back to Josh's house and back into his room before his parents woke up. I asked him about the big bag and if it really moved, and he said he couldn't be sure. He kept apologizing about dropping the walkie at the house, but obviously that wasn't a big deal. We didn't go to sleep and sat peering out the window waiting for him. I went home later that day, as it was about 3 a.m. already. I told my mom the basics of this story a couple days ago. She broke down and was furious about the danger I put myself in. I asked her why she made all those things up about bothering the new owners to stop me from going. Why did she think the house was so dangerous? She became irate and hysterical, but she answered my question. She grabbed my hand and squeezed it harder than I thought her capable of, and locked her eyes to mine, whispering as if she was afraid of being overheard. Because I never put any fucking blankets or bowls under the house for boxes, you weren't the only one to find them. I felt dizzy. I understood so much now. I understood why she had looked so uneasy after she brought boxes out from under the house on our last day there. She found more than spiders or a rat's nest that day. I understood why we left almost 2 weeks early. I understood why she tried to stop me from going back. She knew. She knew he made his home under ours, and she kept it from me. I left without saying another word and didn't finish the story for her, but I want to finish it here. For you. I got home from Josh's that day. I threw my stuff on the floor and it scattered everywhere. I didn't care, I just wanted to sleep. I woke up around 9 p.m. to the sound of boxes meowing. My heart leapt. He had finally come home. I was a little sick about the fact that if I had just waited a day, none of the previous night's events would have happened, and I'd have boxes anyway. But that didn't matter. He was back. I got off my bed and called for him, looking around to catch a glint of light off his eyes. The crying continued, and I followed it. It was coming from under the bed. I laughed a little, thinking I had just crawled under a house looking for him, and how this was so much better. His meows were being muffled by a shirt, so I flung it aside and smiled, yelling, "Welcome home, boxes." His cries were coming from my walkie-talkie. Boxes never came home. It's strange how certain events can carve deep trenches into the memory, like shadows that refuse to fade. This is one such story, a tale I'd rather not remember but feel compelled to recount. Perhaps in the telling, I might rid myself of its lingering grip. My name is Evelyn, and at the time, I was just a regular 28-year-old scraping by in the bustling city of Portland. My days were filled with mundane errands, freelance graphic design work, and weekend trips to vintage shops. I had a soft spot for anything old, weathered, and steeped in mystery. Furniture, trinkets, books. That's how I stumbled across her. The shop was a little out of the way, tucked between a boarded-up theater and an abandoned laundromat. Haven Antiques, the faded wooden sign read. It smelled of mildew and dust, its cramped aisles a labyrinth of forgotten relics. I'd been there a handful of times before, but had never ventured to the back corner. That's where I found the doll. She sat propped against a yellowed lace curtain in a wicker chair, her porcelain face cracked just enough to lend her an air of melancholy. Her dark eyes, painted of course, seemed to follow me as I moved closer. She wore a navy dress with tiny white flowers, and her shoes were scuffed, as though she'd walked miles. A black ribbon tied her dark hair into 2 neat pigtails. Despite her eerie presence, something about her called to me. "How much for the doll?" I asked the old man behind the counter. His thick glasses magnified his eyes to cartoonish proportions, and he looked at me as if I'd asked to purchase his soul. "That one, $5. His tone was clipped, hurried. "No refunds." I laughed nervously. "She's creepy, but I like her." "Creepy," he muttered under his breath. As he rang me up, he added, "You might want to keep her in a box." I thought it was an odd remark, but brushed it off. By evening, the doll had taken up residence on my bookshelf, nestled between a collection of leather-bound classics and a framed photo of my late mother. Her eyes caught the light, and I could swear they sparkled in the dim glow of my desk lamp. The first night was uneventful, though I did dream about her. In the dream, she stood on my nightstand, staring at me with those painted eyes. When I woke, I found her right where I'd left her on the shelf. Still, I felt uneasy. It began with small things. Her position seemed different, a tilt of the head, an arm raised slightly. I chalked it up to my overactive imagination. Then one morning, I found her lying on the floor, her dress stained with dust. I assumed she'd fallen during the night, though there was no breeze, no tremor to explain it. "Stay put, okay?" I murmured as I set her back on the shelf. Her painted lips seemed to curl into a subtle smirk. By the third night, I'd started to feel irrationally paranoid. I woke to a loud thud, my heart racing as I fumbled for the bedside lamp. The doll was on the floor again, this time closer to my bed. Her unblinking eyes stared up at me, almost accusatory. That was when I decided to move her. I placed her in a wooden box and shoved it into the closet. For a few days, life returned to normal. The oppressive feeling of being watched dissipated, but my relief was short-lived. It was a week later when the nightmares started. I dreamed of the doll every night. She would crawl out of the box, her porcelain limbs creaking as she climbed onto my bed. Sometimes she'd whisper in a voice like dry leaves, though I could never make out the words. Other times, she'd simply sit at the foot of my bed, her head tilting unnaturally as if observing me. I tried to ignore it, attributing the dreams to stress, but then I began hearing noises at night, the soft scrape of something dragging across the floor, faint giggles that seemed to echo from the closet. One night, I bolted upright to find the box sitting on my dresser, lid ajar. My skin prickled with cold dread. I threw the box into the basement, determined to forget about it. Yet the nightmares persisted, and soon I began finding the doll in unexpected places, perched on the kitchen counter, nestled in the laundry hamper, even sitting at my desk. Each time her eyes seemed more lifelike, her smirk more pronounced. "Stop it!" I screamed one night, hurling her against the wall. Her head cracked further, and a thin wisp of black smoke curled out before dissipating. I stared in disbelief, my chest heaving. That night, I slept with the lights on. Desperation drove me to research. I scoured forums, read about haunted objects, and even consulted a psychic. "It's not just a doll," she said, her voice trembling. "It's a vessel." "A vessel for what?" Her eyes darkened. "For something old, something angry." She advised me to burn it, but when I tried, the flames wouldn't catch. I doused it in lighter fluid, struck match after match, yet the doll remained unscathed. Defeated, I decided to return it to Haven Antiques. When I arrived, the shop was gone. In its place stood a vacant lot, overgrown with weeds. Confusion turned to dread as I realized the truth. Haven Antiques had never existed. The doll, whatever it was, had found its way to me, and it wasn't leaving. The nights grew darker, the air heavier. Shadows seemed to stretch and twist, whispering my name. The doll's movements became more brazen. I'd find her in my bed, her cracked face inches from mine, her cold fingers tangled in my hair. And then, one night, she spoke. Her voice was a child's, sweet and chilling. "Why won't you play with me?" I screamed, throwing her across the room. She landed on her feet, her head snapping toward me. "You can't get rid of me," she said, her voice dripping with malice. "I'm part of you now." Weeks turned to months, and my life unraveled. Friends stopped visiting, claiming my house felt wrong. My freelance work dried up as clients complained about unsettling images in my designs, images I didn't remember creating. I became a recluse, terrified to sleep, to dream, to live. And then came the final night. I woke to find the doll sitting on my chest, her weight crushing, her eyes glowing faintly. She leaned in, her lips brushing my ear as she whispered, "It's time." Time for what? I didn't know. But as darkness engulfed me, I realized with horrifying clarity that I was no longer alone in my own body. When they found me days later, I was sitting in the corner of my room, clutching the doll. My eyes were vacant, my lips stretched into a grotesque smile. They say I mumbled the same phrase over and over. "She's here. She'll always be here." I don't remember much after that, but sometimes, in the dead of night, I feel her stirring inside me, waiting. And I know this is far from over.